الحضور الكريم، مرحباً بكم مرة أخرى في ملتقى دبي للميتافيرس. يرجى التوجه للقاعة الرئيسية. ستبدأ كلمة رئيسية يقدمها زياد طرابلسي، مدير هندسة الأعمال في مختبرات الواقع بشركة ميتا بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Kindly make your way to the auditorium. A keynote by Ziad Trabulsi, Global Director of Business Engineering at Reality Labs of Meta, is about to start. الحضور الكريم، مرحبا بكم مرة أخرى في ملتقى دبي للميتافيرس. يرجى التوجه للقاعة الرئيسية. ستبدأ كلمة رئيسية يقدمها زياد طرابلسي، مدير هندسة الأعمال في مختبرات الواقع بشركة ميتا، بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Kindly make your way to the auditorium. A keynote by Ziad Trabulsi, Global Director of Business Engineering at Reality Labs of Meta, is about to start. الحضور الكريم، مرحبا بكم مرة أخرى في ملتقى دبي للميتافيرس. يرجى التوجه للقاعة الرئيسية. ستبدأ كلمة رئيسية يقدمها زياد طرابلسي، مدير هندسة الأعمال في مختبرات الواقع بشركة ميتا، بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Kindly make your way to the auditorium. A keynote by Ziad Trabulsi, Global Director of Business Engineering at Reality Labs of Meta, is about to start.
Hi, everyone. Really good to be here in Dubai today on this day 2 of this amazing assembly. Great to see so many policymakers, creators, developers, and people that are generally as passionate as we are at Meta about the Metaverse. My name is Ziad Shabulsi. I'm a Director of Engineering in Reality Labs at Meta, and I'm really happy to be here with you today. I've always been really excited and inspired to work on technologies. Ever since I was a little kid 30 years ago, when I was starting to code as a child, I was really already amazed with the power of the internet and what the internet is going to enable us to do. And today, we're still at the very beginning of what the metaverse is going to look like in the future. It's basically, we're in the early 90s of the internet in metaverse terms today. I'm going to be walking you through what our definition and work in the metaverse is, and then we're going to look at some of the existing applications for the metaverse, and then I'm going to be showing a couple of examples of some technologies Meta is investing in for the future of the metaverse. If you ask several people for a definition of the metaverse, and I'm sure yesterday we've heard a lot of various definitions, you will essentially get something different. For me, the metaverse is the next iteration of the internet. The platforms and the experiences that make up the metaverse will take what we love about today's internet, the connections and the experiences, and make them better and bigger. And it will essentially add the feeling of presence and the feeling of togetherness to the internet. It will be all around us. All of the apps that we use today, all of the different devices that we use will evolve and will have new experiences to exist in the metaverse. So rather than looking at the internet like we are today, a lot of you guys on the phones looking at a flat 2D screen, we're going to be in the internet in the future. So one of the most interesting impacts of the metaverse that I'm particularly excited about is education. In particular, in the metaverse, you can learn and interact with anything and with anyone around the world. So for example, you could be attending a lecture in the morning with a professor in Tokyo and in the afternoon with a professor in Dubai. And you can be interacting with students from all around the world. You can also be grabbing objects and grabbing the world that's around you, zooming in and out, and discussing with people who aren't necessarily in the same physical space as you. You could also be visiting old cities, how ancient Rome looked like, interact with merchants, etc. This is just one of the examples of how the metaverse is going to transform an industry that we know that has already been disrupted a lot with the internet, and that will be made a lot better even in the future with the metaverse. The metaverse is not a single product that one company is going to build on its own. So Meta, about a year ago, less than a year ago, announced our rebrand from Facebook to Meta and significant investments toward the metaverse, but we're not going to build it on our own. We're going to build it with other companies, with policymakers, with developers, creators, and many, many others. There's significant investments that will happen across various industries to enable this vision. All right. Next, let's talk a bit about avatars. In the beginning of the internet, it was a bit not very common for someone to put even their name online. And then Facebook changed everything, and this concept of identity and carrying over your identity on the web was made prevalent. And effectively, with the metaverse, we expect that avatars and your identity, that is something that you control and you design, is also something you're going to be able to take from one metaverse, from one experience to the other. So today, on the various apps that Meta has, you can have any avatar you like. There's over 1 quintillion variations of how your avatar can look like. And in the future, we also expect for your avatar to either look like you, or if you are not comfortable with that, you can also make it look like anything else. Down the line, there's also going to be the feature, the feature that we're working on now, which is just taking a quick video of yourself and then have a photorealistic avatar that looks exactly like you, that you can carry over wherever you are in the metaverse. This will be particularly useful in a business setting, for example, attending this conference in the future, maybe fully virtually. The economic impact of the metaverse is expected to be quite massive. So there's research from the analysis group that indicates that in a decade from now, the metaverse will represent $3 trillion in the economy. And of these $3 trillion, it's $360 billion in the Middle East, North Africa, and Turkey region. So it's great to see Dubai and the UAE investing so heavily in the metaverse because it's actually going to constitute a massive part of the economy in the future. But there's a lot of investments that need to happen, as I mentioned, with hardware, software, payment systems, new experiences, new applications to enable this. The connectivity industry has spent a lot of efforts in building the infrastructure of the future. So we've seen the web go from text to photos, videos, and to the metaverse in the future. And all of this requires a lot of increase in bandwidth and lower latency. So just like there's been a lot of investments in the past on the infrastructure to power the internet, we expect that to also continue in the future to enable a new set of applications that have substantially different needs with the infrastructure. So the apps that we know today that are, work really well in 4G and 5G, for example, in the future, when we have a fully connected world in the metaverse, there's going to be more needs for connectivity and for infrastructure. So we're still decades away, or maybe 1 decade away at least, to fully realizing the vision for the metaverse. But the investments are already starting today, both from Meta and from the ecosystem at large. All right, now I'm going to walk you through a couple of experiences that exist now, and then we're going to talk about some of the investments in just a few technologies that we're building and how they're going to contribute to building the metaverse. So this is a video of Horizon Workrooms. I conduct a lot of my business meetings wearing my Quest 2 headset in Horizon Workrooms. Essentially, you're wearing a VR headset and you're surrounded by people that you want to meet with. And if you gaze to the left, you see someone on the left. You gaze to the right, you see someone on the right. If someone who's on your right is talking to you, you're going to hear it through spatial audio. So you're going to hear it coming from the right, just like in real life. And unlike the current video conferencing solutions, in workrooms, for example, 2 people can have a small side conversation. You can stand up and go right on the wall, and you can use your body language a lot more. And generally, it makes the feeling of presence that all of us seek in a business setting, and all of us missed a lot, obviously, during the pandemic. And it's bringing it to the metaverse. There's also Horizon Worlds, which is Meta's world in Quest 2, where you can interact with a lot of people, interact with objects, design new worlds and new experiences. And we've seen a really exciting take-up from many brands and many companies creating their own metaverse and their own metaverse presence in Horizon Worlds. Augmented reality is already being used in a lot of online experiences. So from creative features in video chat, if you're applying an AR effect to you, transforming your background or your face, but also in shopping, you're able to see how glasses look on you, on your face, without having to wear them. And while we're years away from augmented reality glasses that have a screen in them. Already from today with Ray-Ban Stories, people are able to take photos, take videos, take a phone call, record a message, and just generally interact with their wearable device in a way that wasn't possible before. So this is one step towards, in the future, being able to wear normal-looking glasses that pack a lot of features that enable you to see the holograms of your friends around you, for example, and just see the world in augmented reality and mixed reality, and just in a lot more powerful way. And again, this is years in the making, but the idea is basically that unlike today, you know, when you're interacting with technology and when you're on the internet, you have your face down. With AR glasses, you're able to keep your face up and your phone down, which is really exciting. Building for the metaverse is definitely the most ambitious undertaking that Meta has done over the past 18 plus years of our history. A lot of the experiences that we're envisioning are not possible with today's hardware and software, but already our family of apps, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and all the others, we expect these to be the bridges to the metaverse. So from there and now, you're able to have a first step into the metaverse already from 2D screens to better enable a 3D world in the future. All right, today we're establishing basically the building blocks of the metaverse. So we have VR, virtual reality with Quest 2, the leading device on the market, augmented reality, whether it is on your phone or thanks to the glasses, and Portal, which is our home calling solution that is also used in the workplace. So this already we're seeing the world being brought closer together with these existing technologies. Now I'm going to be talking about some of the technologies that will come in the future. All right, so later this year, we announced that we're going to launch Project Cambria, which is the code name for now. It will probably not be the name of the device in the future. But so we've been talking about this one for about a year, and we're really excited about this launch coming before the end of the year. Essentially, this will pack a lot of very exciting features that I'm not going to be able to talk about today, but really invite you to keep following the news of what's going to happen until the end of the year, because this will better illustrate the full vision of the metaverse. There's some very exciting new features never seen before, essentially, that will power virtual reality in a really novel way. All right, this is one product that I'm really excited about. For the full vision of the metaverse to exist, we're going to have to transform the way we interact with the internet. So whereas today, we're essentially using 2D screens and mainly our fingers and keyboards and a mouse, in the future, we expect that the field of human-computer interaction will be very disrupted. So this is called a haptic glove. It's essentially a glove that you wear that allows you to feel the texture and add the sense of touch, essentially, to your internet experience. So whether, for example, you're playing the guitar, virtual guitar, you can feel the strings in your finger. If you're playing chess and you're lifting a pawn, you can also feel it in your finger. If you're in your Horizon World and you want to pick up a flower, again, the sense of touch. So this is really exciting, especially in the future when it gets connected to your VR headset or AR glasses, and you start, adding a new sense that was not really connected to the internet thus far. A lot of this haptic glove and a lot of the technologies are powered by artificial intelligence or AI. For example, this is one project that I'm also really excited about. It's a project called No Language Left Behind. Essentially, there's over 200 languages that are, analyzed and understood and translated by this artificial intelligence system. And the idea is basically to enable anyone in the metaverse to be able to have a discussion with one another, irrespective of the language. So this will essentially let two people that do not speak the same language interact, because the device will be able to translate in real time from one language to the other. So this just, again, unlocks so many possibilities and eliminates so many barriers that stand in the way of people today on the internet with the absence of speaking the same language. I think it would be really cool to see that. Another tool that is also powered by AI that is fueling a lot of creativity online is called the BuilderBot. So as you can see from this video, it's an AI algorithm that enables people to generate or import things in a virtual world just by using the voice. So here you can see our CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, basically saying, I want to see water and then sand and then put a table, etc. So anyone can create their virtual world just by speaking it. The AI will translate and then import a lot of these objects. So this can fuel a lot of creativity and for people having discussions with one another want to create like a new setting virtually, obviously not possible in real life. That's a really exciting feature. All right, if you're interested to learn more, I really invite you to tune in on the 11th of October, where we're going to have our Meta Connect event, where a lot of these technologies and new technologies and some more clarifications on our vision for the metaverse will be discussed. Across the world, we're already seeing a lot of investments from various ecosystem players in the metaverse. Very exciting apps on Quest 2, a lot of brands experimenting with augmented reality and with virtual worlds. And I'm really excited to see what a lot of you and a lot of the ecosystem is going to build. And just remember, this is just the beginning. There's a lot of really exciting stuff coming in the future. Thank you so much.
الحضور الكريم، يرجى البقاء في أماكنكم. ستبدأ كلمة رئيسية يقدمها سعادة جابرييل عابد، سفير باربادوس لدى دولة الإمارات بعد لحظات. Dear guests, a keynote by His Excellency Gabriel Abed, Ambassador of Barbados to the UAE, is to start in a few moments. Kindly be seated.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies. This morning's presentation is going to be on governments in the metaverse. I was asked to answer a simple question. How can governments understand the true potential of a borderless metaverse, provide best services for all, and adapt to a changing world? Within this question, there are two opposing forces. On one side, you have government, led by rules of regulations, structured within defined borders. On the other side, you have the metaverse, a borderless environment structured by rules of code. And within these two parameters, you can find and create an environment that services all. And from that position, we have to look at the world that we live in today and how do we adapt with the threat of pandemics, climate change, war, and natural disasters. And this leads to a new intersection that we're now seeing for the first time in our generation. And it's the intersection of where governments and their e-services, the metaverse and its fully immersive environment and rich content, and the blockchain as a permissionless, decentralized environment. And where those three meet, create quite an interesting avenue for governments to pay attention to. And this opens a door to virtual sovereignty, where governments can maintain a level of cryptographic control, authenticate, and validate within an environment that's decentralized and fully immersive for users to experience. So there's currently three perspectives that governments cannot ignore at this present moment. The first is growth of value. The growth of the individual's value over time has significantly skyrocketed. Whether we are referring to your emails, your photos, or your other types of social media content, or the more advanced versions of digital data, which have tangible value in the forms of cryptocurrencies, NFTs, and Web3. The second area governments can't ignore is that the metaverse is growing at a trajectory that has been aligned to other S-curve technologies. We're seeing advancements in the technology, hardware aspect, and the software aspect, and new borderless economies are being created in these environments that are taking form alongside new user adoptions. And the third things that governments cannot ignore is the growing need for regulation, the growing need to provide an environment for digital data protection, digital data authentication, custody, and environments that allow for frameworks to meet the user's rights within these types of environments. We're currently seeing many governments around the world moving in this direction. You have South Korea building an entire city in the metaverse. You have the EU, they're working on plans to design legislation and regulation for the metaverse. You have the UAE right here, VARA, the virtual asset regulators headquarters are going to be in the metaverse, and we've heard for the last day about the importance of what's coming. And then my own nation, Barbados, we have endeavored the approval of cabinet a year ago to start building a metaverse embassy. And the goal is to make a fully accredited metaverse embassy for the utility of the Barbados government. But why did this matter, and how does this have application? For starters, it provides diplomatic parity in the form of providing a common framework where all governments can participate in, whether you're a small island developing state or a G7 nation. It was future-proofing our national services. Where will the future of these immersive, content-rich experiences come from, and how do we prepare both our citizenry and our government for these environments? It's akin to building a website in the 1990s. The international coverage of being able to provide services to consumers across the globe. And these could be akin to, in our case, e-consular services. The immersive experience. What could you give a user as a government that you couldn't in the physical world or on a website? The resource efficiency, the cost to maintain, build, and launch diplomatic missions in the physical world versus that in the virtual space. The efficiency of resources and sustainability around the goods and movements of people that become much more qualified, but in a higher quality environment. And of course, the broader reach of being able to push a diplomatic technology along with cultural diplomacy in the form of delivering one's nation's technical prowess alongside things like local NFT arts done by local artistry. So what does a government need to do when they're transversing and entering into the metaverse? What did we need to do, and what are we still doing while we're currently on this mission? Things that need to be considered are navigating local, domestic, and international laws. In our case, what does the Vienna Convention say about such an instance, and what do our local laws say about these environments? Establishing sovereignty. If I can control a virtual parcel of land by controlling the virtual keys, and that parcel of land exists in a decentralized environment where no single actor is in control, and I'm able to dictate who's able to enter onto that property through an e-token, I'm able to dictate the design, the build, and the functionality. Do I indeed have sovereignty in that instance? Does the government enact that level of control? Identifying the platform. At this stage, our goal is to provide utility and services, and we want to do that with the best platforms available, and therefore we remain agnostic to allow for the technologies to come out as they're being built, and for us to be able to pivot to that. Adopting the Web3 environment, knowing how to custody assets, transact with assets, authenticating assets. What's your cybersecurity policy and your cold wallet environment? These are things that the government now needs to learn and do. Creating the user experience. there's a physical embassy, and we will never be able to replicate the services a physical government environment can provide. But then there's a website, and that provides a limited 2D set of information and content and the experience. And somewhere in the middle, there's this new environment of where the physical embassy and the website of an embassy meet. And that's where you can create a new type of environment with new rich content. And of course, training personnel. You have to prepare your foreign service officers, your government employees, for how to transverse away from the keyboard and mouse, your old input and output device, to a new type of input and output device. And there's lots of cool things that you can do within the metaverse as a government. And I'm only going to talk about 3 today, which I think are roughly relevant, and I think we should see within a few years. And the first one is meta-citizenships and identities, maybe a new classification of citizenship given around new legislative frameworks that identify one's data rights, whether it's your digital identity, your digital land, your digital holdings, and other types of asset classes which are virtual. Now, this works for both the individual and the government. The reason it works for the government is because they get to decide, are they going to be building a product just for their citizens or for a global basis? And that product goes in line with their legislative frameworks and the rights that they provide. Users globally get to decide, I have a layer of physical reality that deals with my one side of my regulated life, and the other side, I can dictate on my digital rights which government around the world I want to use for those. We can also envision things like special economic zones in the metaverse, where a government's no longer restricted and landlocked to their borders, where they can now have a borderless environment, and multilateral or bilateral arrangements can be designed so that multiple governments can share a special economic zone together. This is important when you're thinking about the modern company that we're seeing today and the needs of those companies, whether it's that of a digital nomad who lives in a borderless environment or that of a decentralized autonomous organization which has a need for some level of a balanced corporate environment. And then finally, meta-universities, which are the obvious, but it's what does that educational experience look like when fully immersed? What kind of dynamic content is provided? How do you encapsulate the student? What type of haptic suit are they wearing so you could understand their body movements and where they are within that educational process? So, in closing, I'm going to leave with 3 questions today. My first question to government would be, what kind of legislative frameworks are required to service the metaverse economy? If you're transversing from your borders and looking to go global, what is that borderless legislative framework? The second one is, what does the first metaverse bilateral treaty look like when your government and other governments start to enter into an environment that's no longer restricted by borders but provide a service? And the last question is, how far and wide are you willing to go in providing services in a borderless environment? Are you going to restrict those services just for your citizens? Are you going to design frameworks and environments that serve the global markets? Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، جلسة نقاشية تقدمها السيدة مينا العريبي رئيس تحرير صحيفة The National ستبدأ بعد لحظات. Ladies and gentlemen, The next panel session, moderated by Mina Al-Uraibi, Editor-in-Chief of The National, is going to start shortly. السيدات والسادة، جلسة نقاشية تقدمها السيدة مينا العريبي، رئيس تحرير صحيفة The National، ستبدأ بعد لحظات. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel session, moderated by Mina Al-Uraibi, Editor-in-Chief of The National, is going to start shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage Mina Al-Uraibi, Editor-in-Chief of The National. Please help me welcome Catherine Zhou from HSBC. Mr. Alexander Shhade from Binance MENA. Mr. Vinit Shah from Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority. Mr. Keith Jordan from MasterCard. Mr. Christian Kunz from DIFC Authority.
Sabah al-Khair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session, where we will attempt to deal with some of the toughest questions when it comes to the role of government in the metaverse. We have a great panel here and only 45 minutes, so we'll try to be swift in our answers so we can get through some of the biggest issues we want to discuss. Christian, I want to start with you because there's a lot of discussion about the metaverse, money in the metaverse. There are expectations that the opportunities in the metaverse in terms of financial opportunities can reach $3 trillion over 10 years, adding to the global GDP. But there's also questions about identification. How can we verify what's happening there? People are nervous, especially those who are not in the industry directly. So I want to start with you and ask you, what do we need to actually regulate?
Okay, excellent question. First of all, I'm glad to be here in this panel. I think the first thing that I want to say, yesterday, His Excellency Khalfan Belhoul mentioned it very well. I think the overarching objective of government and regulation is to create a safe environment where the human is at the center, right? And so how does the regulator look at that? A regulator looks at it actually quite simply. It's a risk-based approach. We're going to look at financial risk, technology risk, and trying to prevent misuse to create an ethical and accountable environment. If you break that down further, there's 4 things regulators are optimizing for, are looking for, caring about. First is consumer protection and company protection, meaning protecting companies of themselves in some cases. Second is financial stability, accountability, being able to make companies individually accountable, and fairness. Now, the challenge in regulating new spaces like the metaverse is twofold. One, it's a very fast evolving and emerging space. And what people call things oftentimes isn't what they do. And often they don't have a bad intention, they just don't necessarily know better. And therefore, I see globally and in the region, the DFCAO regulator and others, VARA and so on, are spending enormous time on actually understanding the space, the risks in the space, as much as the opportunities. And how do you actually manage and regulate these risks? In DFC, I can just give you an example is, I think there's 3 things we're trying to do in this space. One of them is related to regulation, and that is really to creating a safe environment that is creating accountability. And that includes not just regulations. So we have rules on investment tokens, we have rules on other crypto assets that are coming into effect. We have rules on data protection, which are important in the space where more and more data is not just going within the space, but across border as well. But we also have guidelines. So we worked with the central bank, with ESCA, and all of the regulators in the UAE together to issue guidelines on technology standards for DLT, for cloud, for APIs. And there, for example, the decision was to issue a guidance and not yet a regulation, because we want to help the industry understand where they need to go and what to do. On the other side, we're also working internationally with the likes of the IIF in their digital asset efforts, because this problem is not a problem just for the UAE. This is a challenge around the world. And so we're having lots of discussions with the likes of MasterCard, HSBC, and international organizations on how to understand the risks, break them down, and what are the most efficient and best ways to regulate that. But at the same time, I think there's 2 other things we as DFC do. One is we're trying to unlock the power of the community. So we launched something called the Global Venture Studio Launchpad. And that focuses on creating a safe environment for studios and venture builders to create around the ubiquitous finance space, to bring corporate innovation and startup innovation together and exchange on these topics, because both sides have unique experiences. The young generation and the natives, they have the technology expertise and they're really fast in moving that. And the established organizations, they understand often the risks, the opportunities, and how to make it work. So bringing them together, I think, is really important.
Vineet, I want to ask you about VARA's approach to risk that Christian outlined here, because it is about risk and also not just regulations, but guidelines. And in some ways, there's concern that the technology is always moving much faster than the regulators or legislation, for that matter. So how do you deal with that at VARA?
Yeah, great question. First of all, thank you, everybody, for coming here. And before I get into that, I might just want to introduce VARA to a lot of the people, since we are the newest entrant in the sector. So we are Dubai's Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, and we've been set up with the core mandate of ensuring that the sector gets enabled and there is consumer protection that ensures that all of the corporate governance guardrails are met. Our focus is purely virtual assets, so we don't get into the traditional finance space and we leave it to the experts, but the focus is purely virtual assets. Now, the way we look at regulations is we looked at it from rather than a product perspective, we looked at it from an activity perspective. So when we look at the marketplace, you see a lot of products coming out. You see a lot of coins, you see a lot of new tech that comes out. But what we've tried to address is what is the activity that is being undertaken by that specific product. And we've tried to create a regulation that kind of addresses that, because the innovation is constantly going to happen. And this is our way of trying to stay in step or a little bit ahead of the innovation. Because normally regulations will be a laggard. They need to understand how people are using innovation before we can come up with a base. So that's the kind of approach we are taking, to look at the activities rather than the product itself.
Catherine, if I can turn to you, so at HSBC, how are you thinking about the role of the regulators, but also this point of not just looking for the parameters that are being set at a time when digital identities are changing, in addition to wallets that are being created? So what are you looking for from governments or regulators?
Great question. So I wear the hat for HSBC Group globally to look after three things: venture investment, partnership with fintechs and the big techs, as well as government regulators. Third one is innovation, which is exactly the topic we're talking about. So in the context of what you're looking for, we are looking for, so Christian and Vinny both said it's a risk management. HSBC is in the risk management business. By no means, I mean just AML, KYC, compliance, regulatory. I also really by far mean the risk of not moving fast enough and aggressive enough and agile. And we're a super tanker, but we got to move like a small little sailboat and to various directions where we think the future is. So my job is to actually look at the day after tomorrow, not just tomorrow, it's the day after tomorrow, make sure we still have a business. We believe in tokenization as a fundamental, the biggest change, one of the biggest change that's going to happen in the society, not just in financial services, but just holistically. It's bigger than the internet, right? Think about how big the internet is. So I was with the SEC in the US. The Web3, Metaverse, tokenization is the compound effect of the internet, only bigger, because it drives people to people, right? The transferability, interoperability of something that's monetizable between people to people, away from the central government, central figures. So, right, the whole notion of DeFi, it's completely disrupting the existing business models in many ways. So when we look for risks, we look for how do we invest in the fundamental technology and really capture the future landscape and help to shape the future landscape, not just play reactive and watch and see. We got to shape the landscape. We want to collaborate with government regulators as well as private fintech companies to build the ecosystem together. We use the notion of open harbor. Open, right? So Web3 is an open, permissionless type of architecture. But harbor means it's safe. We got to have safety, transparency, and also the trust in this open environment. And that's our role to play.
So Alex, in some ways, you're already at tomorrow, if not the day after tomorrow, in that landscape at Binance. So how are you dealing with that? Because you're almost, you're building it up, as Catherine is saying, rather than being from the traditional or legacy financial world.
Sure. I'd just like to say thank you to Dubai for creating this ecosystem and this place for us to discuss this. It's the government's forward-thinking initiatives that allow us to create the structure to talk about Metaverse, to create initiatives such as VARA, which is specific for virtual assets and these ecosystems. We need to work with the regulators and with governments as the largest ecosystem in virtual assets in Metaverse. It's an onus on us to create this safe infrastructure, talking about our soul-bound tokens. So we've created identity tokens. This is going to be the first generation of being able to bind identity to digital wallets. And that allows ecosystems, regulators, governments to be able to interact and understand who is doing what in the ecosystem. regulators really want to protect users, and they need to understand users to do that.
So, in order to protect users, I just want to follow up with you on that point. What role do you see for example, a company like Binance in terms of customer protection, and what role do you see for the regulators? Where does your responsibility end, so to speak?
So Binance is a very user-centric platform. Everything we do is for the user. And how we can facilitate this on this new step is we remove some of the sophistication away from interaction. You know, we give clients a platform to engage in virtual assets, in NFTs, in marketplaces, without necessarily needing to know the sophisticated mechanisms of how to interact, how to set up digital wallets. We do in fact offer digital wallets as well that you can be self-custodial, but we hold assets for clients. We have a SAFU fund, which is roughly about $1 billion that we've ring-fenced in order to protect clients, to give them comfort that this is that safe harbor that they're after.
Keith, if I can turn to you, because this idea of customers being at the center of decentralized financial models. So at MasterCard, how are you planning for the world that's almost here, but also for the future, thinking about the customer at the center, but also as a business, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, again, a great question. I just want to say it's a pleasure being here as well. It's stunning to see what's happening in Dubai. I'm one of the global leads for Metaverse and MasterCard, and we're working around the world, and we're talking to companies, governments, regulators, and the speed and the pace at which the market is changing is just astounding. But being on the ground here, this is actually light speed. It's stunning. But what's really amazing, what we're seeing here is the vision is being set from the top down. And I think that's really important, because you need to set that North Star to say, look, here's where we want to be. And once you know what that North Star is, once that's defined, it's easy to get ahead of actually what's happening in that marketplace. And regulators and policymakers can follow the market, or they can lead the market. And I think the market needs to be led. We're seeing a lot of crypto crashes and a lot of money being lost. So regulation, I think, is absolutely required. But when we're moving into these new digital worlds, I mean, we're talking to some governments, and they're looking to start, driving GDP through the metaverse. We're speaking to one country in particular, and they think it's going to be 5% of their GDP will be driven through the metaverse by 2030. Now, those numbers are absolutely astounding, and when you start looking at that level of transaction, we are going to need significant regulations. But the metaverse is going to touch off every vertical, every industry, and it'll utterly transform it. But what we also need to start thinking about is what needs to be regulated. It's not just transactions, it's not just protections, but what we're seeing now is IP is being transferred to communities as well. So if you look at what Nike are doing with Artifact, for example, when you buy their Clone X, they give you the 3D file and they grant you exclusive licenses to the IP that they're giving. So we're going to have to start looking to see what securities, what assetization is going to take place. And as my colleague said there, tokenization is ultimately going to take over. I believe this entire marketplace, where everything is going to become some sort of a security and a tokenized entity between the physical and on those virtual worlds, and we'll be phasing between both of those realities essentially in real time. So what we think in MasterCard is we have to look very much to the future, 5-10 years out, but work back from the North Star and start building policy and regulation. And the last point, very briefly, is the metaverse is going to be powered by community. That's going to be the real core driver in the metaverse. But it's really giving the power back to the community. So no longer will we be pushing services necessarily directly to customers. The customers will be maybe building their own products and services and using your brand IP. So the element of trust, of security, of that two-way value exchange is something that we're going to have to look at and build policy around as well.
Your point about trust, and that's I think critical, especially at a time when it's such a nascent, not only technology, but even a mindset. So for people to understand, regular people to understand. Vinita, I want to come to you on this point about trust and how you build trust, especially the role of VARA, for example, in building trust in these virtual assets.
When we look at the virtual world and when we look at the metaverse, I look at it from one perspective, essentially being responsible. Now, being responsible is a wide word, but it kind of reaches out to being responsible participants in the metaverse, so us as users, being responsible for actions that we undertake, being responsible as metaverse developers, who then need to ensure that relevant safeguards are instilled within the programming and within the codes, and some of that we see already coming through. Roblox has added in codes of conduct to its terms of service, and then the regulator comes into play with providing a guardrail within which to operate, rather than the regulator coming in and saying, "Trust me," or trust the regulator that the company is great. I think it's the onus, because it's becoming a decentralized world and because it's getting into our everyday lives. The onus is on people that actually participate in this to start thinking about this.
Christian, I want to ask you the same question in terms of trust, but also, when DIFC was first set up, it was, this idea of the North Star and looking to the future of where the financial center would be. Where do you see that in 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, let me break it down into two pieces. So if you look at metaverse, it's a term that you need to break down. It's just too big. So you have one part is digital assets, and you have all the NFTs and smart contracts, and there's different digital securities and tokenization of real estate and all types of stuff. You have virtual worlds, so the virtual environments, you use VR and AR, and you have avatars and digital artifacts and all this stuff. And then you have the community. Now, there's two things, and the DFC is doing that in the real world today. On the virtual worlds, it's about laws. Like, what are actually laws? What's the jurisdiction? What are the rules and who defines them? If you're coming from a different country and you're going into the metaverse and you break the rules, like who is actually responsible, where the company is based, or so those are questions we haven't answered yet. That's all legal questions. Identity, do we know the identity? Do the countries treat it differently? So if I come from this country or this country. So I think that's the legal side, and I think as DFC in the real world, we've solved that in the last, since we were incepted. We put English common law in place, global standards, and we keep on innovating on that, and similarly on IP laws and data protection and on our regulations, same on digital securities as well as crypto tokens. Now, the other side is now the financial regulation. Now, on the financial regulation, there's one big challenge, and that is, we have two gentlemen here today. I'll give you two statistics. Today, there's 400 million users of Metaverse, about. In 2019, there were 40 million. The GCC has 60 million population. The UAE has 9 million banked customers. Just to put in relation, how do you regulate and how do you manage such a scale? The second example is the UAE payment market size. The entire payments, cards, transfers, cash, $70.6 billion per year. Binance, I checked yesterday, last 24 hours, they traded $83 billion in 24 hours. So making a mistake, one mistake has a scale of 360 times. So you need to think about how will we be able to make sure that we protect not just the consumers, but also the companies. We've seen some examples where really the companies had good intentions, but the consequences weren't good. So we need to protect each other, and that's the challenge, really, the scale this all is taking, and then the pace, and then obviously the interconnectivity.
Catherine, I want to pick up a point that Christian raised, and I think a lot of people question, is the idea of borders, because the point of the metaverse is that it won't have the borders that we have now, where you think about, okay, laws and jurisdictions, and we think about countries and so forth. The metaverse will be different. How are you thinking about that, and what laws apply?
So it's such a good question, and we often ask ourselves the same. So what we believe are twofold. One is, so if Elon Musk went to Detroit, he would have built another traditional car. There's no flying iPad where the front is a trunk, right? So the day after tomorrow cannot follow tomorrow. You have to think green, white space. So that's that. The second one is the aspect of risk. so the regulation, all the stuff that banks do, right, the regulators do, we believe in, so there's a policy and procedure. The policies are bang on. We want, right, we know the customer, traceability, operations, no risk, and don't leave backdoor. Regulate, set rules for the policy, the goal, the what. Don't regulate the how. The how needs to be completely different with the arrival of Web3, right? So now I don't need to go to Facebook to verify who I am. I can use my soul-bound token to decide who to share data with whom, borderless 24/7 and no cost. That's what this new technology is doing. I don't need HSBC to tell me I'm a good person, right? I can just go, I own my own identity. It's borderless. So what does the GDPR do in this new environment? We don't know, right? So GDPR is a regulation to right, ensure we have the right customers' permission to use their data. But customers is permitting it. We are in control as a consumer. So those are the principles by which we want to develop the day after tomorrow against.
Can I jump in and just add to that, because that's a really, really brilliant point. One of the dynamics we're going to see with the Metaverse and Web3 is a power shift where the power is going to come back to that user. And the user is going to basically be able to turn on and turn off service sets, identity, transaction layers. That's going to be really interesting when we see that dynamic taking place, and it's going to happen quite rapidly. We talk about B2A, which is business to avatar, but when you start combining avatars with digital wallets, and as we said, you're talking around GDPR, the power is going to come back to those individual consumers, and then when you amplify that inside a community, it becomes really, really unique. I think as we move forward and the world becomes more and more and more digitized and more virtualized, we're going to start seeing economies in the Metaverse scaling extremely quickly. But that opens up, a raft of questions. But if we go back to even to say social networking and how social networking and speech is regulated, there's a lot of old laws that are being leaned on to provide protections in social media, and we see how badly that's gone. And regulators, when we look at that, are still trying to catch up. So I think it's important, and again, to get back to trust, that we get ahead of the opportunity and we make sure that from a community and user perspective that trust is embedded from day one. Because if we don't, we're not going to get the scale, and those opportunities that we're looking for. But as I said, there is going to be a pivot away from corporations being those gatekeepers back to the individual users being those gatekeepers, and the power is going to sit there. So I want to open up my data pipe. I'll give you a piece of it, and then I'm going to turn that back off. That is not going to go far. It's not going to go wide, and it's going to be used to personalize services to build new opportunities for that user. So that user is going to be the center of their own universe, and services and brands will revolve around that user, and they will interact how and when they want. So no longer will we be pushing, they will be their own gatekeeper. Just to add to the point there, I don't know what everybody else thinks there,
But Keith, I want to follow up on a point, and actually it would be great to hear from all of you about this, which is the issue of accessibility. Because access to technology, access to finance, and also, we know that there are millions who are today unbanked. We talk about the issues of financial literacy. So I feel like we're almost having this conversation on one side, but there's a whole other side of people who are going to be left behind. So how do you tackle that, and how do you make sure that this is actually accessible to as wide a group of people as possible?
If you look at what's happened in developing markets, there were millions and millions of unbanked people, and the mobile phone was a device that everyone jumped into to give that real mass effect. And if we look at accessibility, with the Metaverse, and it's going to be primarily driven by wearables and augmented wearables, they are going to start off extremely expensive. It's going to be a very limited audience that will have access to that, and it will filter down eventually in the same way that your iPhone started off being really expensive, and now Android devices can be bought for very, very small amounts. So I think what's going to happen is there's going to be such opportunity in the Metaverse that's going to drive that social change. but there's a culture change as well coming because, for example, if I'm a truck driver in an underdeveloped country, for example, but I can go into the metaverse and drive a truck in a developed nation and get paid 10 or 20 times those wages, your mind starts racing with how do you start making that compliant? How do you put regulations? Where do I even pay my taxes? It's crazy. So I mean, we're trying to think ahead. We're trying to see where this is going to go. I mean, the future still isn't written, but again, we have to say, look, what's that North Star, and we drive back, from that. But as I said, the future is still being written. It's so early days,
I have a live example on the accessibility one for the underbanked. We all saw, Metaverse, the VR headset, these are for the wealthy. Maybe not, right? We can see the rise of the low-cost equipment, but not everyone's on that spectrum. But in fact, we have been living in the Metaverse for the past 2+ years. Metaverse is a convergence of the digital and the physical world. And it doesn't have to be 3D. In 2D environment, we have been all in the Zoom environment for the past 2 years. We are in the metaverse, and our kids are playing Roblox. So anyways, the live example is, so as a part of my ventures job, we invest in companies, and I talk to founders. One of the founders I talk to is Bobby Young. He is the founder of Animoca Brands. Many of you might know Animoca Brands, who owns Sandbox. And they have invested in a bunch of, they invested in Coinbase. Not sure about Binance, they should have. So some of the gaming companies, so they own 200 startups at this point, in literally over the past 8 years. And they have 5 unicorns. And one of those unicorns create these NFT virtual games. So these virtual games are being played by so much in Southeast Asia. And those gaming tokens have actually becoming a real way of transferring value and pay for real goods, product, and services in the Southeast Asian country, replacing the traditional currency. This is where actually underbanked worlds are using NFTs to creating real value, right? It's happening, it has been happening for the past many years.
Alex, I want to ask you also about that, because I mean, that's one of the things about Binance, is saying that we can leapfrog and give access to people who previously would feel that they're locked out.
Yeah, so what we've got, as Keith said, is we have here a North Star. The government have made a real push. They've been a decisive move to what they want. We've established a specific regulator for us to engage with. We're the biggest ecosystem, as you said, so we feel it's a requirement of us to build for users in a safe manner. And working with the regulator, because it's evolving, but we see where we need to go. We obviously understand user protection, safety, and accessibility and inclusion. And that's where we're going, and we're working with our partners to do that.
Christian, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to add to some of the things that were said before. I think the technology is rarely the challenge to provide access. We have all the technologies. Even a lot of the existing technology can actually give access. The new technologies can accelerate it. There's 2 things typically that we need to invest in, both from the industry and the regulatory side. It's the transition from where we are today to where we want to be. Actually, even today, if I give some money to Catherine, I'm not regulated, and if she pays me back, great, otherwise I have to follow up. There's no regulation if we do it peer-to-peer. And in the future, we hope that Web3 and Metaverse will put more ownership and power into the individuals, but it also puts the accountability on me, right? So if I give you money and I lose it, I need to chase, and I need to be aware of that, right? And the same thing, there's a lot of kind of things that are not yet in that model and in between. So the transition is really usually the challenge. And it's even more challenging because the technology is advancing even faster. But it's a cultural change as well. A cultural change that, hey, do I as an individual want to take all this responsibility? So that's why we created organizations and companies. Now, as a DAO, I may be part of the DAO, so my accountability is the same. So is it a limited liability DAO where it's just what I put in, or am I liable for the consequences as well? So it's really important that the people because it's so easy to access, people understand when they access, what they access into. And that's a cultural, educational transformation that needs to go really into the minds of people, and that's a very different world that we're living in, and I think this is where we need to spend a lot of time, and I think this forum, for example, is a great example of talking about it, educating, and exploring it together.
Okay, so thank you, because you've led me into the question that I want to ask all of you, which is what is the challenge in the domain that you're working in when it comes to the metaverse that you see, the biggest challenge that you see going forward, but also how we can mitigate and work towards it. So, Christian, you've talked about the transition and the cultural shift. Vineet, I wanted to ask you what you see as the greatest challenge.
So from our perspective, when we look at the virtual world and when we look at the metaverse, there are some issues that come up which can very easily be solved with real-world laws and applications. Some are an awkward fit, and then some are completely new. And these are the challenges that we need to address, right? Simple things like some of these were brought up in the conversation: interoperability. Where does the issue happen, and who covers it? Which jurisdiction captures that? Safety, data protection, security. And those are some of the key challenges that we see. And until we have a global acceptance and until we have global uniformity, we can start with the region first, but then a global uniformity is what's required in order to solve this.
Catherine, what would you say is the biggest challenge?
I think the biggest challenge is so we are frankly here, and I really applaud Dubai and the MENAT region for taking the leadership for clarity around regulation. Right, the fact you are right, His Majesty, His Excellence here, we are collaborating, and this is what's not happening. I think in many places, and due to the lack of regulation or the ability for us to sandbox in a safe environment to very fast test and learn what's working, we don't know what's right unless we do learning and testing. Unless this thing is happening, how do we move forward? So I would encourage us to do more of these.
But Catherine, can I just say, I mean, we're all very polite, we're sitting on a panel together and so forth, but the reality is some people would question whether we all have the same interests. So this idea of collaboration is great, and in theory that's what we should be doing. But in reality, are everybody's interests aligned, or is it going to be whoever has more money and more technology, and there's certain companies that people are wary of because at the end of the day, they serve their shareholders, not necessarily the greater good.
So definitely, you're right on, right? It's those who have a vast amount of resources, who have a longer view, those are the parties who will win. And us, yes, my job is to look after the day after tomorrow, but every single day I look at the shareholder value return, our quarterly earnings. I can't be living in a vacuum. So it's really our ability to have this little bit of a continuous investment. When I say little bit continuous, at least 3 years. If people, so Vineet and Christian, me, if we get changed, the swap seats as a traditional corporation, then the next leader come in, they're going to spend 6 months and redo the baselining, redo the strategy. I see that happens everywhere in larger institutions. We start and go, and we just can't do it. You see startup world, right? The founders don't change seats in 5 years. They're going to sweat it out. We need to sweat this out. And right, so we got to start somewhere with the right region and really hone in on it for a few years.
And I guess that's where we see the role of government, especially in our part of the world where government can actually have that longer-term vision and see the implementation through. Keith, I wanted to turn to you about the greatest challenge.
Again, look, I mean, we could sit here for days talking around these subjects, and it's a wonderful discussion. But again, just to reiterate what we're seeing here in Dubai, I mean, I think this is probably the global standard for regulation. As we said, it's giving innovation a safe sandbox to drive forward. Okay, that's really, really important. As I said, we work around the world, and we are the external innovation team inside MasterCard. And innovation has to happen, change has to occur, and we deal with a lot of old legacy businesses which would be quite analog. And this scares them, this just genuinely scares them, it's happening so fast. And we're continuously on calls and saying, look, how do we mitigate? How do we move forward? How do we take a legacy business and move it into these digital worlds? And it's not easy, but really what I'd say is innovation has to occur in a very safe, regulated way, because the sooner you're engaged with compliance, the easier it is to actually get your product to market and then to scale that product out. We see it around the world where regulators are not engaged early in the process, and we're dealing with some customers, and they come to market with a product and it fails because it's breaking regs or something basically happens. Okay, so having, as I said, that sandbox is really important to kind of go and do this. But as I said, this is going to happen so quickly that we have to get ahead of this. We really, really, really have to get ahead of this because the rate of change, and we think, if we think the world has changed in the previous 100 years, the next rate of change in the next decade is going to be so quick, so fast. And when we think of the user base that's there, we're looking at gaming culture, we're talking about culture there as well. That demographic, there's 350 million gamers in this region. And they're all going to jump, are already in the metaverse, but they are just going to drive through. And companies and businesses that aren't aligned with their interests, with their trust, with their value systems, are going to be left behind. So it's going to be really important to as I said, to start moving, to define that North Star. But companies have to start experimenting as well. That's really important. If you hang back, it's going to get more and more difficult. That cliff is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So everybody, I'd say, sitting in the room here now, that isn't interested in this area, is get in now, start testing, start learning. There's going to be a lot of pivoting that takes place because we don't know what tomorrow necessarily looks like, but we have to go, we have to move quickly,
And Alex, what do you see as the greatest challenge?
Well, going back to the North Star, Binance has made a big push and a big investment in Dubai because we see that the government here have given us surety of the regulators and the ecosystem for us to build a business and to locate a vast amount of our business here. We're expanding rapidly here because this is going to be a focal point of innovation, of people building. Web 3.0 is something that you have to experience. It's not something that you can sort of sit and study afterwards. You need to be able to do it. You need to have these sandboxes. You need to be able to sort of build in partnerships with all your stakeholders to create the right product. Otherwise, you'll go off and you'll create something that will fail, which people have done, not engaging the right stakeholders, not engaging the governments. But that's definitely not what we're doing. We're here for the good.
Can I ask you to elaborate a bit more? And yes, I think it's clear from the panel and from many conversations we hear here that the UAE and Dubai have been really ahead of the curve and getting it right in terms of setting at least the right environment and ecosystem as we build forward. But can I ask you to give us more tangible or specifics of what makes it ideal and what could other places around the world learn from? What are the best practices that you would want to be implemented elsewhere, or even here if there are other best practices?
Setting up specific regulators like VARA. So going back to legacy finance and legacy tech aren't built for these new technologies. And if you're trying to look at new technology with legacy regulation, you're always going to be lost. You're always going to be behind. Whereas here, there's very specific regulations. There's a push for innovation, and that drive and that cutting edge innovation has helped us and is helping all of us build here. Outside of the region, it's not as quick and not as progressive, and you don't have the opportunity that you have here.
So what if Dubai can test a few very high impact use cases? One is around on-ramp and off-ramp. What if you can create a safe open harbor around that, right? So on-ramp to on-chain, permissionless, and off-ramp to traditional world. Two is payments. So how do we actually be the next generation SWIFT, right? Seriously, you could. You have such a large regional fluid ecosystem where you could experiment something like that. You could be the tokenization hub, So they're all tokenization of everything, rights, ID, assets, etc., buildings. So what if you can, right? So it's about tokenization, custody, and payments. Those are the things that's near and dear in the bloodline of everything worldwide. What if, right? Those are the big high impact use cases I would say Dubai should really take leadership around.
Yeah, I'll jump in there. Again, just I think they're fantastic points to be made. I think what's interesting down here is there's a real appetite for innovation. It's in the DNA, and it's when you're on site here. It's been a couple of years since I've visited, but every time I come back down here, it's stunning. This is a future city. And the UAE, as I said, has that innovation DNA in its core, where they want to move, they want to change, they want to move extremely quickly. And I think there was a session panel yesterday where it said it was seaport, airport, and then brainport. And I thought that was fascinating, a really brilliant analogy to describe what's actually taking place here. What I would also say there as well is when you look around the world and that analog view of the world is slowing innovation down. And what I would say is even legacy businesses have to look digital first. They cannot go analog into digital. What does that look like? That world is gone. It's digital first, and that's the lens that we have to look at everything through, because your consumers, your customers, and your next generation of customers are looking at it that way. They're coming from digital into physical. They're not going from physical into digital, and that's a big change that we're going to start seeing. So I think it's really exciting times. I think this is going to be actually probably the center of the metaverse universe in a very short space of time. And I think a lot of companies, or a lot of countries are going to start copying what's actually being done here, how the regulation works, how the compliance works. Because as I said, from what I'm seeing globally, this is the gold standard down here.
Christian, I want to ask you, I mean, it's a time when people are very concerned about the analog world. So everything from, energy crisis in Europe, food security, the tangibles, the things in our physical world that we're worried about, and currencies. If you have any affiliation to the UK, you're watching the pound sterling in disbelief. So the question is, how do you, again, when you're sitting in DIFC, and again, to the regulators, looking at this, what's happening in the physical analog world, and you look at the digital world, how do you bridge between the two, and also how do you build that trust and confidence at such a volatile time?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of, the DFC is one of the top global financial centers in the world. We have now over 31,000 people working from there, and over 560 regulated firms all over the world. All the top banks and financial institutions are there. And now we're the largest fintech innovation hub with 600 companies. So one part of doing is actually the community. So bringing the ecosystem together, talking with each other. Nobody has the answer. Everybody has a piece of the puzzle, a piece of the answer. And I think that's something that's very unique about the DFC and a lot of the events, and the same doing that as part of the Dubai Future District with Dubai Future Foundation and World Trade Center. And I think that is at the core. So exchanging where we are here internationally, we're going to be in Washington in 2 weeks to listen to also what everybody else has to say, and we'll bring it back and share it with the community, because not everybody can go. I think that's one important part. And the other part is we are a global financial center. I think with the Metaverse initiative, we can become actually, as UAE, a global exporter of virtual assets. We can bring the creator community here, and we can create virtual assets and export them into the world like we've never been able to do before. Now, that cannot be done alone, so we have to do it all together. And I think the international environment gives an opportunity for a lot of talent and a lot of companies to actually see that and come here. And so we need to work together to actually make that happen, because not one entity in the UAE or in Dubai can make that happen.
Vineet, last word to you.
Following up on that as well, the way VARA is in the process of developing the regulatory framework, is we're not sitting in a room and writing thousands of pages of paper and issuing it to the marketplace. The intent is to work with the entire stakeholder community. So from our current stakeholders within Dubai and the UAE, along with the private sector participants, to understand the challenges that they've faced in different parts of the world and how we can adapt and adopt while maintaining the guardrails of consumer protection and ensuring that innovation is always pushed forward for the sector. So, stakeholder alignment and stakeholder cooperation is going to be the key. Like the panelists have said, nobody has the silver bullet yet. So.
Well, with that, we bring this panel conversation to a close, and no one person has the answer, but I think this Metaverse Assembly has been great at bringing in the different voices that can bring the answer. Between innovation, protection, and trust, hopefully it will be a progressive future going forward. Thank you so much to our panel.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
السيدات والسادة، استراحة لمدة 10 دقائق. نعود بعدها لاستئناف جلسات اليوم. شكراً. Dear guests, a 10-minute coffee break starts now. See you shortly. Thank you. السيدات والسادة، يرجى التوجه للقاعة الرئيسية. ستبدأ بعد لحظات جلسة حوارية مع السيد عادل الرضا، الرئيس التنفيذي للعمليات في طيران الإمارات، يقدمها السيد مصطفى الراوي من صحيفة The National. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly proceed to the auditorium. A fireside chat with Mr. Adil Al-Rida, Chief Operating Officer of Emirates Airline, moderated by Mr. Mustafa Al-Rawi from The National. السيدات والسادة، يرجى التوجه للقاعة الرئيسية. ستبدأ بعد لحظات جلسة حوارية مع السيد عادل الرضا، الرئيس التنفيذي للعمليات في طيران الإمارات، يقدمها السيد مصطفى الراوي من صحيفة The National. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly proceed to the auditorium. A fireside chat with Mr. Adil Al-Rida, Chief Operating Officer of Emirates Airline, moderated by Mr. Mustafa Al-Rawi from The National.
Good morning. Thank you for being with us. It's been a very interesting day so far. Day 2, of course, of the Metaverse Assembly. This session is going to be about a deep dive into the aviation sector and the opportunities and the challenges that Web3 and the Metaverse are bringing. Before I introduce the man of the moment, Adil Al-Rida from Emirates, we're going to watch a short video. So please enjoy that. If we could play the video, please.
The future has landed. What started as science fiction is now a reality. An emerging virtual space powered by blockchain technology. A new world to explore. To experience. To live in. A new way of connecting. A space that you can own. But what could it mean for Emirates Group? For our customers? For our enterprise? And what does it mean for our community? For our customers, this will be a marketing revolution, a game changer that will reshape the entire Emirates experience. Imagine an environment where customers can be immersed and get a feel for their destination. Step on board our aircraft and experience our product and service. Interact face-to-face with an Emirates representative to find flights and buy tickets, all without leaving home. For the enterprise, the possibilities are endless. A new platform for training and engaging with our employees. New opportunities to drive efficiencies across our global operations. For the community, supporting Dubai's vision to be a global leader in digital economy and further promoting strategic goals around sustainability, mobility, and innovation. The Metaverse is the future. It opens up new worlds for us to explore, new ways of connecting with customers and employees, and new ways to deliver Dubai's strategy.
Thank you very much. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Adil Al-Rida, the COO of Emirates. Thank you. Welcome, Adil. you. Good to have you with us. There was an interesting video they just played about all the potential interactions that stakeholders with Emirates, customers, employees, potentially suppliers can have in terms of the metaverse. For your company, looking at this now and getting into it, what seems to be at a relatively early stage, how much of that has to do with the culture of the company pioneering new experiences and technologies since you started in the mid to late 80s?
I think it's very clear that the whole world is experiencing and using or making advantage of the advance in technology. If you look at Emirates, we were, I think, the first airline in 1990 to introduce personalized TVs. We were the first airlines to introduce Wi-Fi, faxes on board the aircraft, telephony services. So we're always looking what's in there that is going to give us the advantage, what's in there that's going to make us in more direct contact with our customer. We truly believe Metaverse is going to add to the way how we do our business, the way how we service our customer. But we want to do it right, and we want to do it in a transparent manner, and we want to do it correctly. We already commenced the processes, but rather than experiencing this with our customer immediately, we started that work internally. I give an example. 2 days back, I was in Hamburg configuring the A350. We use Metaverse, virtual reality, and walking the aircraft and looking at every details, every gap, every inch in that aircraft, whether it is in the galley, whether the seats, whether how we walk them. And as we're, no surprise, we have configured that aircraft, we completed the whole work, and what we'll see there today, exactly what we'll see it in 24. So your ability to experience the journey on board an aircraft, in an airport, or a hotel you're going to choose, it will give you a better satisfaction, but as more importantly, is going to eliminate any surprises and dissatisfaction when you actually try it.
It sounds like there's increased transparency as a result of using this technology. As you said, no surprises. You know what you're getting, whether you're choosing a seat, an airplane, or even when you're dealing with suppliers. But when it comes to that increased transparency, there are opportunities, obviously, as we've discussed, but there are also potentially challenges and risks. I mean, what could those potentially be for you?
I think if you want to eliminate risk, you will never be number one. You will never be number one. You will be number 10. So we have to accept risk. We have to accept challenges if we want to be ahead of the game. Metaverse will offer a lot of opportunity to the suppliers, to enterprises, and to the communities. And we need to build that blocks, working with the suppliers. I have worked with all the suppliers, the big companies, and you can see there is reluctancies. They're not too sure which direction to go. They're not too sure how much they want to invest. But one thing I will tell you for sure, those will be the losers. When we started the internet journeys 20 years back, technology was not at the same level as we see it today. But with artificial intelligence, with data analysis today we're seeing, with the computing power, triples, quadruples to what was 20 years back. Today, the expectation from our customers is different. I give you real-life examples. When you go on board an aircraft today, unless for whatever reason Wi-Fi is not working on board an airplane, you get disappointed because you don't want to be isolated from the world for 10, 15, or 18 hours. The expectation of our customer rises. They want to be in direct contact with the businesses. If I look at our business today, and within the airline, we're seeing an increase close to about maybe 50% of our booking online came direct from the customer. 5 years back, we were lucky, and we were hoping it will be great if we can reach 10%. Today, the airlines are enjoying up to 50%. So we're cutting out the middleman. We're cutting out all the middle processes, which bring efficiencies, brings more credibilities, and more important, we will pass all that cost saving to the customer. And this is where we're going with this whole technology.
But you have to be able to deliver. When you kind of make that promise, you take out the middleman, you say, this is what it's going to be like, the experience, this is what we're expecting. So the standards must be maintained. But it seems to everyone listening now that the message is, if you're a manager, if you're running your business and you're wondering, when do I invest? You're saying the time is now.
I say the time is yesterday. You know, we're already late, and we want to do it faster. I'm not a technology company. We got a vision, we got an understanding, but we need to bring the technology companies faster with us. Whatever we do, it has to be reliable, and it needs to gain the customer confidence. In the training, we got currently 16,000 cabin crew. In the very near future, by maybe mid of next year, we're planning to reach about close to 20,000 cabin crew. And we are continuously evolving our service on board. Food, the way how we serve our customer. How do you think I will be able in the future to deliver that training to 20,000 cabin crew? When you got 250 airplanes taking off in the morning or within one day out of Dubai only.
It's a huge scale.
It's a huge scale. So without this technology, we will not be able to deliver the training in an efficient, accurate manner to our internal customer, our crew. When you look at the human resources, the services, why you want to come all the way from driving 1 hour to come to headquarters to complete a transaction? You can complete that transaction while you are in your vacation, while you are at home, while you are at dinner, anytime. So our ability to reach you has become an essential. We need to get to our customer. The customer doesn't need to come to me, only when experiencing the service you want.
Do you think about the face-to-face, the physical time together? Is that going to be lost in any way here?
I don't want to sound like we're thinking completely robots, but we need to maintain that human touch with our customers. So that will remain, and we are very mindful of maintaining that. But at the same time, you want efficiency. When you go to the airport today, why you want to unnecessarily stops at different stages if you don't have to? If I could check you and do the whole thing while you are at home, and you just walk through the airport as you are walking through a mall. But I am there when you need me. I'm not there to stop the process or to slow you down during your journey. And that's what we want to do. Efficiency, transparency, but give you a better value of your time. What's the value you want?
Interventions at the appropriate moment. Humans get involved where they should.
As required, but not just for the sake of having all that. When I'm saying that middleman, I'm talking about these processes that are not necessarily to be put there, but just been there. We eliminate all of that kind of thing. So I think Metaverse does provide us the opportunity to do that, and the technology is there. Analyzing the data, what is best thing when you get on board the aircraft, offer you the food you want, not what you just happen to have there. I understand your profile, when you want to sleep, when you want to watch your movie, what kind of category of movie you would like to see. All that kind of thing, we will be able to do it by analyzing and collecting the data and then offer it back to you.
So let's talk a little bit about Dubai itself and a location for the development and the enhancing of these technologies that we've been discussing. I feel like it's a good analogy because when Emirates was growing, and it's 2020 vision, but you almost feel it couldn't have grown the way it has if its base wasn't Dubai. At the time, probably people disagreed and said this is the worst place to have an airline. But now we look back and say it's the ideal place. Do you feel that there is a similarity there when it comes to Web3 and Metaverse and these technologies, that if you are looking to develop them, this is the right place to be for that, for regulation, for support, for talent?
Just look at the announcement that was made a few weeks back. Dubai established the first council for Metaverse. No country and no city in the world have launched that. It shows you the vision of our leaders, where they're taking technology. When you look at the level of services today, we are relying on the electronic services that are available in Dubai and UAE. There's no country in the whole world that comes close to UAE when offering these electronic services. So Dubai and the leadership in here ahead, and they're giving us the foundation and the support for us to build on. So any companies want to develop a new technology, any companies want to grow and build the futures, this is the right place, because you got the right infrastructure being built, you got the excellent visions from our leaders, and you got companies like Emirates who are thinking forward to embark on this one. So where do you want to have your business or establish a new thing, here or elsewhere?
I know you said you're not a tech company, but obviously you have to look at tech. And so when you're hiring now, when you're looking for talent, are you kind of competing now with even more companies in other sectors as well for the same talent and not just in aviation?
I think it is the IT skills are in high demand those days from all over the world, and we will continue to face that challenge. But we are in a unique place. I think Dubai and UAE provide an attractive great attraction in there for many people to come and live and work in here. Emirates has got a very strong brand, and people like to work with foreigners because we are a great company. So with all that together, we will, I think, have a better chances than other companies to attract many talented. But our issue is that the value. We need quite a lot of people, especially when we are embarking on this road. And I'm looking forward to many youth people within UAE, from UAE, and from all over the world to join our company and support us in building our future, especially in the IT.
And you mentioned young people, but if we can talk about maybe people who aren't necessarily starting out in their careers, and from your own personal experience, how do you remain current when it comes to all of these changes, these disruptive forces? When your team comes to you and says, we're going to do NFTs or we're going to do metaverse training for the staff, how do you not be overwhelmed by all this newness and these changes? How do you remain that, as well as maintaining your ability to oversee operations as you have?
I make sure I provide the right environment, but the thinking and the ideas, it comes from our youth. They are building our futures. We are only facilitating their path moving ahead. Look at Metaverse, look at NFTs, look at all this. It came from me, it did not come from you. It came from the young people. I only support them as a company. We provide them with the right environment. We embark in the future. We need to establish what the people 30 and below wants, how they would like to interact, because they are the future of their businesses, not us. So we need to make sure we are building for them, not for us.
And does that in any way mean that older customers or older stakeholders, that they feel left behind, do you think?
No, they will enjoy from the service being provided.
Because it improves the overall offering.
They'll be happier. So I think this is all winning in here.
It's delivering that for
delivering this. So at the end of the day, whatever category you are, whatever country you come from, at the end of the day, what you want. You want efficiency, right? You want to be able to do things much faster, cheaper, much more convenient, isn't it? But sometimes you don't have the guts to do it. You may not have the vision to do it. But once somebody else does it for you, you will enjoying the service, isn't it?
So you've heard it today from a business leader working day in, day out, using this technology with real-life examples and improving the efficiency and the service provided by his company. Adel Al-Rida, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Good to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can we take a picture together?
Yeah, it'll be great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Thank you, shukran.
الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ الجلسة النقاشية التالية بعد لحظات تقدمها السيدة جين ويذرسبون، رئيسة مكتب الشرق الأوسط في شبكة Euro News. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel session, moderated by Jane Witherspoon, Bureau Chief Middle East at Euro News, will start in a moment. الحضور الكريم، ستبدأ الجلسة النقاشية التالية بعد لحظات تقدمها السيدة جين ويذرسبون، رئيسة مكتب الشرق الأوسط في شبكة Euro News. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel session, moderated by Jane Witherspoon, Bureau Chief Middle East at Euro News, will start in a moment.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, and esteemed guests. It's my pleasure to be here today and joining you with this fantastic event. I hope you've all been enjoying the discussions yesterday and this morning. And we've got a really fantastic discussion to bring to you now, and a fantastic panel. And what is really going to set this aside is it's not going to be speculative. The guys that we're going to bring out here to join me on stage are actually doing it, living, working in the metaverse. And we've got 4 sectors. We've got our panelists from 4 sectors. We've got fashion, we have e-commerce, health, and music and entertainment. So without hesitation, I'd like to introduce them to the stage, starting with Yusuf Bahadir from Go Art. They promised me they were going to dance their way outside here, so that wasn't quite the dance, but we'll see how the others get on. We also have Vishal Gondal, founder and CEO of Goki. David Clark-Joseph, who is the Vice President of Investments for Pixelinks. And last, but absolutely not least, we've got Brad Bird, Head of Partnerships and Collaborations from The Fabricant. We're all a little nervous backstage, but I've told them, just relax. We're here to have a good time and have some fantastic discussion. Before we get down to questioning, I'm going to let each of you just do a quick couple of lines about who you are and what you do. So I'll start to my left with Yusuf.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. I am Yusuf Bahadur. I work as a CTO for GoArt Metaverse. I have a 15-plus experience for product development life cycle. I am also a computer engineer. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vishal Gondal, founder and CEO of Goki. I'm a college dropout, so I'm not really as learned, but I started India's biggest gaming company. I'm a gamer and ended up selling that company to Disney. And then they put me on what is called a non-compete. So I then decided to combine my passion of gaming in the world of healthcare, which got me to the metaverse. So I'm really excited being here talking about all the fun and games.
Fantastic.
I'm so delighted to be here. My name is David Clark-Joseph. I'm Vice President of Investments at Pixelinks. We're creating a music metaverse to connect artists and fans in a more interactive way. And my background is mergers and acquisitions at Kraken and investments at Liberty Gaming. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Delighted to be here. My name's Brad Bird. I'm head up the partnerships and collaborations at The Fabricant. We're an Amsterdam-based digital fashion house, founded way back in 2018 in this world. But my background's actually as a fashion photographer, and we started digitizing garments like 6-7 years ago already to try and optimize that process of capturing fashion. So yeah, it's been a long journey, and yeah, delighted to be here.
I just want to pick up on something there. You said all the way back in 2018, which actually doesn't feel that far away, but that is just testament to how quick the metaverse is moving. How do we keep up with that?
Yeah. That is an amazing question. In fact, it's a constant struggle. I think every 2 weeks something changes in our world, like dramatically.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think the main thing is just keeping the vision and what you really want to do at the core of yourself and your business, and actually focus on that and not get too distracted by the market, and make sure that you deliver on what you're hoping to achieve.
Well, Yusuf, as I said, we've got 4 fantastic sectors here in front of us. How driven is e-commerce in the metaverse?
The shopping experience continues to change and evolve with each passing day. The metaverse will be a new sales channel for the brands. And because consumers no longer want to go to any physical store for buying a product by trying, touching, seeing them, they see it a waste of time. Because Metaverse is the perfect place to enable this shopping experience to gain the users. Gartner expects 25% of people will spend their time at least an hour a day in the Metaverse by 2026. So with our shopping experience really changed in the metaverse with virtual to the real, right? Like that.
Vishal, your healthcare. How are you helping to disrupt the healthcare industry with the work that you're doing?
I think we've all witnessed COVID and how the world has changed and how health has become your primary way even to enter a country. Your vaccine card became your passport. I think when we are thinking of the metaverse, health and well-being needs to be the absolute center of this experience. Because as we all know that gaming and gamification has huge impact on behavior change. Now, when we come to the metaverse, we have a big choice to make. That are we going to have people sitting in their basements having pizza and beer and, in this virtual world, interacting with, poor mental health and physical well-being? Or we want to build an augmented reality universe where people will be able to live a great life in the real world, which connects them to the metaverse in a way. So what I'm really trying to do with Goki is combine these two experiences of living a healthy life, and your avatar is your true digital self with your same biometric information on the avatar. So it's really thinking about integrating healthcare data, your personal healthcare data, back to the metaverse. And I think combining that with the power of Web3, I think we can truly create a very, very healthy world. And I think finally, I think the future superpowers won't be countries with weapons and bombs and armies. It'll be countries with fit people or fit citizens. So can we build a metaverse for fit people?
Well, that does sound very responsible and encouraging, like you say, to get people to keep fit. But surely then the onus is on the person still. If you get a lazy person like myself who always puts the gym off till the next day, how are you going to make sure that they do take that data and do something with it?
So incentives drive behavior, and incentives combined with the right gamification technique can get people hooked. Of course, there are companies who are using this for the wrong reason, making you click ads, which is what is currently the current world of all the platforms. Their behavior is we want you to click ads. But coming back to the metaverse, imagine we launched a program with a large hospital chain where we said, let's incentivize people with diabetes to reduce their HbA1c levels, and they get gold for every 1 point drop, 1 gram gold. The output which we saw, the outcomes, are massive than the normal outcome, because the normal system is they're scaring them that you have diabetes, you will have kidney failure, and that whole fear psychosis is not really working. People need to be given this whole approach. And I'm glad that, especially when I was seeing the vision of His Excellency over here on the metaverse, health and well-being is one of the key foundations of it, which is what needs to be really done.
Thanks, Vishal. David, Vishal earlier mentioned Web3. How did you get into Web3?
So my first foray into Web3 was in 2019 when I got some Gods Unchained cards, some of the early NFTs. But what NFTs really came to mean to me was this connection that you can have with the creator. And in a lot of the legacy networks, we see that creators are disintermediated from their audience. And one of the things that non-fungible tokens and sort of Web3 infrastructure enables is a direct connection between the creator and the consumer of media, art, and even healthcare, right? And so by having this direct connection, it creates all sorts of opportunities to interact, to affiliate, to signal, and to build sort of a more authentic community. So,
you sit at the intersection of music and Web3. What are, I guess, a few of the broader trends that you're witnessing at the moment?
So there are really two that we're particularly focused on. One of these is enhancing fandom, and one of these is user-generated content, and these sort of dovetail a little bit. So enhancing fandom, in my phone, I have an infinite amount of music, right? But how much connection do I have to the artists on my playlist? Almost none. And we believe that there's an opportunity to create more interactive formats that are going to be more immersive and more compelling than the current affiliation that I have with my infinite playlist. So that's one. And then the second sort of dovetails from this, and this is user-generated content. So over the past 15 years, as the technical underpinnings have allowed it, we've seen a rise of podcasts, right? Now anybody can essentially produce their own podcast, and although not everybody should, we have seen many quality ones rise to the top, and we have more free podcast content than we have ever had before. We've also seen this with Roblox. Just the other day, we were talking about how our children, of course, consume a lot of Roblox content. My son also is a voracious consumer of Roblox content, but he also aspires to be a creator. And we believe that through Web3 tools, we can put creation tools in the hands of the creator, allow them to tokenize this at the source, and become creators in their own right, where they own the means of production. And we think that both of these trends, enhanced fandom, user-generated content, are huge, both within music, but then also within sort of art and creative potential across Web3.
Well, talking of creative potential and fandom and having fun, someone who has some real fun in the metaverse, at the end there, Brad Bird. I mean, you guys were the first ever digital fashion house in 2018. How has that industry grown within the metaverse?
Yeah, I mean, at the time, obviously, the idea of a digital fashion house was very obscure and a bit crazy, and I think people were like, what is that?
Yeah.
And then I think a real sea change happened in 2019 when we sold the first ever couture item as an NFT through our partnership with Dapper Labs. And at the time, I think there was like 50 ETH or something, which at the time was like $9,500, and the whole industry was like, what? There's actually a market here? Obviously 50 ETH nowadays is a lot more than $9,500. But I think that opened the fashion industry up to this idea that digital-only clothing could be a whole new sector. And we spent a number of years kind of working in collaboration with brands to sort of handhold them, I guess, into this idea of the wardrobe for the metaverse. And now we're seeing a lot of fashion brands have their own metaverse strategy in-house. They are partnering with amazing NFT projects. You know, you have companies like Nike buying digital fashion houses like Artifact, so it's grown hugely over the past couple of years, yeah.
Who are these people that buy the fashion?
Well, I mean,
I know you do, because I've seen, seen his avatar. You need to check this out afterwards.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, if you look at, like, the gaming industry, you know, they've been buying digital clothing for decades already, actually. So now that this NFT space has entered the market and you have this proof of provenance, it's a whole new sector of buyers outside of the gaming industry as well that are purchasing digital clothing. And, you know, there's this whole new sector of digital fashionistas who are, you know, using AR filters on their TikTok videos and promoting themselves across Instagram wearing digital-only clothing. As well as dressing their own bodies through, you know, digital dressing and all that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's people who are already active in certain metaverses that want to look fashionable, as well as, you know, social media applications and gaming, obviously, which is a huge one.
Well, talking of purchasing, which you mentioned, I'm going to bring it back to you, Yusuf. You know, what has been the biggest challenge for you over the 4 years? I mean, is it to do with content for the devices? What would you say?
Yeah, sure. We started our development 4 years ago to solve the guidance problem for the tourism sector. We used AR-based technology while developing our product. So we need to run big content on mobile devices. This is a very huge challenge because user doesn't want to use any other device without than mobile devices. We live with our mobile device. So the metaverse, if the target for the consumer should be run on the mobile device. And this content should be an immersive experience because on the other hand, users doesn't want to see pixel-oriented any content. And doesn't want any use in PC or the glass or etc. They want to use just mobile device and perfect immersive content experience. This is a very good challenge for us, and we did it last 2 years ago. We ran in the mobile phone. Now we have a lot of content, 50 content for historical place.
Okay, I mean, David, I'm going to bring it back to you quickly, and I want to know, you're expecting to see a lot of onboarding events for consumer level happening over the next 2 years. How is that going to impact things for you?
So I think that there is a big opportunity to bring people in from a consumer perspective. And I think part of that is going to be through sort of gamified experiences. Our first experience is going to be a mobile phone application, basically a gamified music experience. And the reason we went with that is because we want to meet people meet people where they are. And today, it's not AR goggles, it's not VR headsets, it's mobile phones. So we partnered with Niantic, which created Pokemon Go. And so our first game experience is a music Pokemon Go-esque experience that you can do just from your mobile phone. So I think it's very important that we start thinking about how to set up a glide path to get people into the metaverse, starting with where they are today, right? We want to make things nice and easy, get them accustomed to some of the fundamentals and some of the primitives, and show them that they can engage with where they are. And then from there, we'll be able to build on more impressive and immersive experiences.
Vishal, what are your thoughts on the open metaverse?
I think, fundamentally, the whole idea of a metaverse is the ownership and the rights going back to the consumers. I think current systems, whether you look at Facebook, Google, Apple, Amazon, they are, just operating like their own closed worlds. Whatever content we put in there, we have no ownership, there is no rights, there is no recourse, and largely these brands work on advertising. So we are just nobody but big bots who are clicking them on ads for these people. But the minute you think of the open metaverse, you think of the consumers, which is us, the consumers, and the creators or the people who are actually creating content or delivering services like doctors, hospitals, nurses, musicians. And imagine that then the metaverse just acts like a country where the government's job is to do what is in the best interest of the people and enable that. So I think open metaverse is going to truly reflect that same philosophy, which is why it's so amazing to see governments looking at this so seriously, because this is going to be the true reflection of the society which is happening. Because what we see on the internet today is not the society. Platforms already know people are having suicidal thoughts or have depression, but they are shown that, hey, look at how much fun your friends are having on a holiday, versus taking them or showing them meditation or whatever else. So I think the technology and tools exist already, but there is a misalignment of interest between these companies' business models and what is good for the people. I think the open metaverse is going to change that, and that's when the interoperability comes in. Just like how I have a phone, I can go from Dubai to Bombay to Boston, and I still own that phone. But that doesn't happen in today's digital world. Whatever assets I own in Roblox or Fortnite or whatever music I own on Spotify, I can't take that to another world. So I think that is going to fundamentally change. And lastly, what I'm personally very, very excited about is the new generation already understands this more than a lot of us over here. And I think that's the best part, because when we think of NFTs, we are like, who the hell is going to ever buy an NFT? Believe me, anybody who is still in their teens has already got or knew more about NFTs than all of us together. So I think it is going to be a fascinating world, and I think the open metaverse, and thankfully we are working, one of our shareholders is Animoca Brands, which is, and Yatsu, who's the chairman, is really promoting this idea of the open metaverse. And I think that's really going to be the big future.
Brad, it's still a really early space. Tell us about value exchange for users, and how is that going to drive things?
Yeah, everyone's approaching this in their own kind of way at the moment. And I know how, I can speak to how we are approaching it. And essentially, our community is everything to us. We essentially want to create a space where anyone in the world can be a creator and contribute to this digital fashion economy that we're building it. And that is essentially, there's a reward structure built into participation. So essentially, every garment that we create has 3 elements. It's the designer of the actual silhouette of the garment. There's a digital material creator, plus the co-creator, who's actually the person who puts these elements together to combine this final garment into an NFT that you can use. But written into the smart contract is actually a reward structure that is benefits each person that actually created this together. So whenever that item is bought or sold, it's split automatically equally amongst the contributors. So in that way, like our co-creators, our community actually benefit from participation and actually buying and selling digital fashion. Yeah.
Is digital fashion the creative democratization of luxury then?
Well, I certainly hope so, in a way. We've been trying to do that for a long time, actually, because you know, the whole basis of Web3 is based on giving power back to the creators. So we want like give the same opportunity to someone from South Africa as someone who was born in Paris to enter the fashion industry. And there's, in the Web2 fashion industry, there's so many barriers. You know, who you know, how much money you have, like just where you're born. So like this digital space and the software that enables digital fashion to be created is the massive democratization of this industry. And you can really like be an amazing creator from a place that we'd never normally see opportunities to become a fashion designer if you wish, you know. So yeah, we certainly are pushing for that eventuality.
David sort of touched on this earlier as well, but we keep talking about the communities and collaboration. You know, how important is collaboration, especially for the music sector?
I think collaboration is enormously important. We see this in a couple of different ways. So first of all, we see a lot of sort of fashion brands, traditional sort of Web 2 brands, Web 3 artists, combining to do various projects. But then, you know, we also see an interest in being able to present sort of a pseudonymous persona to be more experimental. So we've spoken with some high-profile DJs who are interested in doing collaborations, but they are concerned that if they do something too experimental, it could impair their brand. So within Web3, you're able to have sort of a pseudonymous persona where you can be even more experimental, perhaps, than you might be able to do under your sort of known, verified persona. So I think that that's interesting. I think also the idea of composable, interactive components within Web3, being able to take different distributed applications and combine them like Legos into all sorts of configurations is really ripe for collaboration. And so I think that it's very important across music, but it will be you know, enormously accretive to the entire Web3 and Metaverse community. So.
Thank you. Yusuf, you're back up. How do you ensure best practice and best performance for user interaction?
Two things is critical. One of them, users should monetize their own data. This is the ownership which is mentioned, because the data is on the users. So users should monetize their data in the first steps. The Metaverse should give this opportunity to the users. The second, user must to believe in a story with a gamification system, unique gamification system, because gamification system gives the user an engagement to the brands. Brands will also need to keep up with this monetization to give their loyal users they spend for performance marketing. Directly, brands should give their money to the user to gain any interaction with them. The Metaverse will change these topics. So, for example, one of the best example for this Nike Run Club, because gamification elements help the Nike Run Club dramatically increase their market share. In our closed beta process, also we see that, because in 3 months, we just opened some reference code to the users with gamification system. Now we have 20,000 active users, daily 3,000 active users. So gamification and sharing your economy to the users is very critical to interact with the users, your brands in the Metaverse.
How will the divide between social media and e-commerce continue to close moving forwards?
Mm-hmm. Social media and e-commerce, I think, will be more meaningful in the Metaverse as a social commerce, because according to the statistics, there are 4.2 billion active social media users. That's more than half of the world. And over 60% users read review before purchasing any product. So in the metaverse, there is a lot of feedback mechanism in the 3D world. So users, they will continue shopping experience as the real world in the metaverse with their friends. And first, I think, they will first purchase, they will make in the metaverse, in the virtual, and then want to the physical to your house or your here, I think.
Thank you. Vishal, we keep talking about Web 2, Web 3. What is Web 3 going to introduce to the metaverse ultimately?
I think one of the most fascinating things about Web 3 is distribution of income. Today, we use most of the platforms for free. I mean, we are given the platform for free. Our data is generated, but the people who profit from the data are the platform owners. We as consumers or content creators get pittance or absolutely nothing. In Web 3, that paradigm changes. Imagine if as a user of a healthcare system, I'm actually also earning a token because I am a user. Or if I'm contributing my data to a clinical trial, or if I'm contributing my data to any kind of health initiative, I'm actually benefiting from it. Similarly, let's take the same connotation to a platform like YouTube. All of us are viewing YouTube videos. We are also creating a lot of creators on YouTube, but once again, the platform owners are the ones who are benefiting, not the creator or the consumer. So I think that changes, and that's a fundamental shift in the business model of Web3. Another thing about Web3 is for the first time, there will be clarity on usage of data, data security, as well as what happens to your data when you decide you don't want to give it anymore, because you now have the rights to it. There is a lot of debate that even after you delete a lot of your accounts, those data are probably there forever. Or whenever you send a Snapchat message, you don't even know whether the message really disappears. So I think these are questions which Web3 platforms will answer, because the fundamental foundation of Web3 is transparency. And the best part is consumers don't need to know this. I mean, we try to confuse that, oh, what is Web3 and what is Web2? I think the transition from Web3 and Web2, in my opinion, is going to be absolutely seamless, because technology is going to work at the back end rather than the front end. In the front end, in fact, the consumers will be more delighted because they will be getting the benefits of the Web3 ecosystem and all the digital assets like the fashion, the music, the e-commerce, all these assets they own, they can actually take with them to other platforms. All the real, if they are exercising and they are eating healthier, and if they are doing meditation, etc., all that aspects can also be transferred, and their insurance company, for example, could look at data and incentivize them with cheaper insurance plans. Governments who are spending billions on what I call sick care can now incentivize their citizens and say, hey, why don't you just become healthy so that we all as a country can reduce our sick care expenditure. So I think it's going to be a game changer.
I'm going to open a can of worms because you've just made me think about something though, but obviously data, privacy, security, these are huge issues which come up at a lot of these conferences, AI, everything we have here in Dubai, GITEX. Do we need to regulate that? How do we regulate that?
So I think the best part about it, and I really love the way the regulator spoke about this before, right? In the Web3 world, the regulator is going to enable and not really block, because centralized systems, when one person could do things which can really disrupt it for the masses, is where you really required regulation and policing. What you now require is a code of conduct, a set of rules. So this is just like a country, right? We are all citizens of the country together. So I think the role of the regulator would be much more an enabler and, not really the gatekeeper, but somebody who's there to be a referee, literally. So I think that would be a larger role coming up. in this era. And the second thing about data security is the minute people realize that their data is of monetary value, people will start valuing it even more. Because today we don't know, we don't make any money from data. Even though the company uses our data, creates algorithms and which is giving them billions of dollars in revenue and IP, we'd have absolutely no piece of that value which has got created, except the shareholders of those companies. Now, technically, as a user, you are a shareholder of that product. So it's in your interest to make the platform flourish, and that becomes, once again, where you will start valuing your data yourself.
Thank you. Brad, how will you be leveraging Web3 within the digital fashion realms?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like at the moment we're all building our own little worlds in this space, and this whole idea of interoperability is obviously a very hot topic. And I think it's about collaboration at the end of the day. This is such a huge task, So, leveraging Web3 technologies is about collaborating with other people who are doing great things in the space, and building on top of successes, and I think we're still at the very beginning of this, so we're all kind of learning and developing things as we go, but it's going to be mostly about cooperation, I think.
David, we discussed earlier about onboarding and what your vision is for the next 2 years. What do you think, I just want to elaborate a little bit more, what do you see as the biggest friction points for onboarding new users?
So I think that the complexity around token management and identity management are very challenging. I think that although a lot of us have become accustomed to dealing with non-custodial wallets, they're not very user-friendly. And I think that we've begun to see some products offering sort of almost a Web 2 experience to a Web 3 wallet. And I think that this is going to be the path that we need to take in order to onboard many people. I think we've seen a couple of really, really nice onboarding experiences lately, particularly from Polygon. Reddit has these avatars. They call them collectibles. They're actually Polygon NFTs. They don't tell you that. The onboarding experience is delightful. Similarly, to buy Polygon on Robinhood, a US fintech application, within 8 seconds yesterday, I was able to buy $1 worth of Matic, and it set up a Polygon wallet for me, and it didn't even tell me about it. So I think that there have to be these experiences that are, behind the scenes. And I think we're getting there, but if we're expected to go through sort of 15 steps, only the sort of folks on the bleeding edge who are willing to put in the time are going to be there. It's not going to capture the majority of mind share, and we need to make it extremely easy and abstract away the complexity.
How are you guys keeping on top of things and the ever-progressing technology?
Mostly crypto Twitter.
There was one question I have that I do want to ask all of you, actually, so I'm going to start at this end, and it's basically, when do you think the sector will see an influx of users? When are things really, really going to take off?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the Web3, Web2 companies learn how to develop, how to extend their business to Web3. Web2 users will become quickly Web3 users, because Web2 users doesn't know how to monetize their own data, how to use Web3 concepts, etc. So Web3 will be very basic as Web2 business. Mm-hmm. So the user's behavior can change quickly to adapt to new technology. So when the brands find the best way in the Web3, any creative use case, Web2 users, I think, quickly become the Web3 users. Yeah. So the creativity for brands is very important for that, because I said that first, in the next years, the users will spend their time, most time, in the Metaverse. So the brands should prepare their product to digital sales.
Cool. Vishal, I mean, that's the interesting thing about you guys, and I'm so pleased I got this panel because, as I say, it's happening now. But when are you really going to see the kind of full adoption?
So I think, for the first time, from a technology context, we are in a revolution. There is people who want to hold on to the legacy Web 2 systems.
Yeah.
And Web 3 is all about openness, ownership, privacy, security, all of that, right? So we are seeing one set of countries, companies, banks, regulators who are like, this is really bad, we should stop it, people are going to lose their money, this is a Ponzi scheme, and you hear all that narrative. And then on the other end, we are in Dubai, where we are looking at a government and an entire nation wanting to embrace it. And I think that's really what is going to be stopping or accelerating the growth. And what we really need is 2 or 3 places where this blows up and flourishes. What happened, for example, with play to earn in Philippines with Axie Infinity? That showed the first time when there were kids who were playing games and making thousands of dollars a month. And that one phenomenon in Philippines completely created this new industry. And, of course, it had some challenges, but because of their economy of that coin. But I think the best part was you required one Axie Infinity to kind of create that whole thing. Similarly, we will have to do hundreds and hundreds of experiments, projects, and we just need a couple of them to really hit the right place at the right spot, and that is going to suddenly explode. So I think this can happen today, it can happen tomorrow, but it is going to happen very, very soon. So I think I'm very, very optimistic that there is no technology barrier. It's not like people can't use these apps. And he was just talking about how it's getting more easier and seamless. I think it's a mindset between the old and the new, which is kind of stopping this.
Before we continue with that question, I would like to just address something that you've made me think of as well in terms of healthcare specifically. How will your business's Metaverse address the challenges for healthcare affordability? Everyone should be entitled to good healthcare.
So I think, as you know, right, the whole world talks about a socialized healthcare system. We know what NHS is doing in the UK. We know experiments of all kinds of happening. But the fundamental problem is that the current healthcare system is in conflict with what the consumer wants. It's pharmaceutical companies, it's hospitals, it's, their business model is not to make people healthy, but to sell drugs, and they are for-profit companies. So I think there is a challenge of alignment of interest in the traditional healthcare system, which is why, and we all know now with COVID, that finally people need to take care of their own health. Your immunity is going to be what is going to prevent or manage your diabetes, blood pressure, fatty liver, or any health condition. So the real solution is not in a pill, but in your own lifestyle. And with this model, you can actually create a system where instead of spending money on medicine, you are rewarding what I call universal health tokens to people and say, if you can give your health data and show me that you are healthy, here are tokens which you can then use to spend on insurance, on health food. So you can literally create an economy of healthy people consuming healthy food and healthy behavior. And that could be a model followed in multiple places.
Fantastic. Let's all go. David, I'm going to bring you back to the influx question. When are things really going to boom?
So I'm going to try to give a very specific answer. So I think that in 2017, we saw a lot of money raised within crypto projects. And these were basically concepts, back of napkins. It took them about 3.5 years to begin to deliver, okay? And this saw the result, we saw Polkadot and Polygon and a number of the layer 1 and layer 2 solutions come out of this, a number of the wallets, Solana, and they delivered, right? And we've seen billions of dollars deployed over the past 18 months into infrastructure, scaling solutions, and then also sort of Web3 Alchemy, AWS of Web3, consumer, and then games. And so these are companies that are well progressed past the concept phase. So I think that we're going to see a halving of the time to market, and I'm predicting that what we're going to see is a doubling of wallets and activity over the next 12 months. So by 2023, mid 2023, and I think we'll see another doubling by 2024 with significant adoption.
Over to you,
I
Brad.
love the confidence and the specificity there. But I want to agree with a lot of what David said. I mean, also, like, around the UI aspect about mass adoption, like, most people don't really know or care how blockchain works. If it's such a simplistic possibility to buy something and the technology is working in the background, that's fantastic. It's like a normal e-commerce purchase. So yeah, and as well as like things specific to our industry in terms of utility and interoperability, or not specific to fashion, but utility in fashion also specifically. Like if you buy a digital fashion item as an NFT, you want to wear it wherever you want to wear it. So, having interoperability between metaverses will obviously make things a lot more mass market, I would say.
If you could go back to 2018 when you were starting out and give yourself one bit of advice, what would that be?
Keep selling NFTs once you sold the first one. Because we sold that and we were kind of surprised by its success, actually. We're like, wow, like that's amazing. And then we're like, but maybe the mass market's not ready for this yet. And actually, if it kept doing it at that stage, yeah, it would have been great for us, actually.
David, what about you?
2018. Even though I grew up playing Magic the Gathering, I should have bought CryptoPunks, right? I don't know. Let's see. 2018. I think I should have been less scared by the crypto winter of 2018. I was very turned off. I thought that these projects were not going to materialize. And I should have had more confidence in the builders. And now that I've seen the people that are still around from that era, still building, still focusing on making things easier, and now I see a lot more people still piling in, still building. So I'd say, keep your head down, continue to build. That's what I'm going to work on. So,
Vishal?
Well, I should have been in Dubai much earlier, 2018. I think
absolutely.
the stuff happening here is fascinating. But I think, on a serious note, I think clearly, I think I should have really bought those bored apes, which my son told me to, and I said, what's the point? And now the rest is history. Bored ape.
I also want to find
bored apes.
It's all about the cool apes. Yusuf?
Yeah, actually, I agree with you because NFT is very big potential in 2018. So we want to buy anything to gain money.
Well, that draws to an end our session. I hope you guys have enjoyed the conversation as I have up here. Please put your hands together. Brad, Yusuf, Vishal, and David. Thank you so much. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، والآن مع الجلسة النقاشية التالية يقدمها السيد أليكس جوباي، رئيس الاستراتيجية الرقمية في صحيفة The National. Dear guests, the next panel session moderated by Alex Gubay, Head of Digital Strategy at The National, is going to start in a few moments. Thank you. الحضور الكريم. والآن مع الجلسة النقاشية التالية يقدمها السيد أليكس جوباي، رئيس الاستراتيجية الرقمية في صحيفة The National. Dear guests, the next panel session moderated by Alex Gubay, Head of Digital Strategy at The National, is going to start in a few moments. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to this next panel. By way of introduction, my name is Alex Gubay. I'm the Head of Digital Strategy at The National, and it's my genuine privilege and pleasure to be the moderator for this next session with 4 entrepreneurs who I can genuinely say are paving the Web3 way forward here in Dubai and the UAE. Having connected with them earlier this week, I hope that you will come across their enthusiasm, their passion for shaping this emerging metaverse space. You may well have met them already in and around the assembly, but if not, let's hope the next 30 minutes that really comes across. So, please welcome onto the stage first, Amin Al-Zaruni from Bedu. And next, Abdel Mohammed from Metacon. It changed. Okay, and next, Abdul Mohammed Al-Daheri from Chain Tech Labs. And finally, Haya Al-Hussein from the Evolve Network Club. So, welcome everybody onto stage. Lovely to see you all again after connecting earlier this week. I think probably best way to start is to give you all just a minute or two to properly introduce yourselves and talk about not only the companies, but actually what you're doing here, the work you've done, the projects you've done, and what you're focused on currently. So, Amin first.
Thank you so much. Amin Al-Zaruni, CEO of Bedu and one of the co-founding team. A company that specializes in the Web3 solutions through its vertical UE NFT and the Metaverse 2117 that has been launched on the 23rd of September, almost like 4 or 5 days ago. And we are demonstrating it actually in the Emirates Tower. So you're all guys most welcome to come and see what we have been working on and finished development so far.
Congratulations, very good. Abdurrahman.
Yeah, hi. Abdurrahman Abdullah. I'm the co-founder of Metacon Global. We are an events business. We specialize in bringing the Web3 into the public, basically. We're trying to educate and raise awareness and help people get into the Web3 through experiencing our events.
Lovely, great. Abdullah.
My name is Abdullah Vahri. I'm the managing director and partner at Chain Tech Labs. For upcoming projects we're doing in the Metaverse and the NFT space, we are going to be launching the first NFT to be minted from the International Space Station by an astronaut. And within the Metaverse, we're building a real-life country to be operated from the Metaverse.
Great. And Haya.
Hello, I'm Haya Al-Hussein, and I'm one of the youngest Emirati founders this year. So I developed Evolve Hub, and what Evolve Hub is doing is empowering and supporting the youth to turn their visions into reality in blockchain, technology, and sustainability. We accelerate those startups and match-make suitable investors to them. Obviously different venture capitals and different investment firms, angel investors. And we're also looking for sustainable development, sustainable solutions in the metaverse and through Web3 as well. So this is what we're doing for the youth. And hopefully we build a community of very strong and thriving Emirati entrepreneurs in technology, blockchain, and sustainability, and go ahead with our country's vision towards an innovative and sustainable future.
Very well said.
Thank you.
Very exciting. Okay, great stuff. So, as I think you all said when we chatted the other day, the tipping point often with emerging technologies comes when there are real use cases that can make a tangible, positive impact on people's everyday lives. So are there particular areas, do you think, or sectors from your experience that are particularly ripe or relevant for talented innovators to drive here in Dubai and the UAE? Abdullah.
Yes, about creating innovation in the country of the United Arab Emirates with the support you see of the leaders. Like today, we're one of the biggest events, the Dubai Metaverse Assembly, that really shows you the pinpoint of innovation, research and development. What kind of things does the youth want to create, the next generations want to create, that will help us to thrive and do more within the metaverse, within the Web3 space. Not only a revolutionary aspect of creating the new technology era. So when it comes to that thing, I really think that not only the UAE, that many pinpoint countries that we see right now help us to thrive and create more partnerships, helping the youth to develop and do something that has not been created before. Like, this gives me advantage to look at what can I do, help me to develop more, help me to create more, and that's why I'm glad.
Okay, and you were talking to me about that education you felt was one of the sectors that is absolutely ripe for that positive disruption.
When it comes to education, I really think that education is one of the most important aspects. So in Chain Tech Labs, when we go to any sector or any organization, we pinpoint education before anything else. We need to explain to them what's the power of this technology, what can we do with the metaverse, what can we do with Web3, blockchain implementations, and these types of aspects. Yesterday, His Excellency Amir Zar'ouni, he's talked about the metaverse and about how people really look at it from a gamified understanding right now. The metaverse, what I think is only 0.99 of what has been introduced. What are the real use cases of the metaverse? How can we do it? How can we really evolve the metaverse itself within education, using it at schools? So students right now can do things in the metaverse they can't do in real life, using the labs themselves, the chemistry labs, and these types of aspects. The National Crisis Emergency Center also can develop simulations of having developed eras within the metaverse itself. So we really need to pinpoint education and address the people of how to use the metaverse itself, not only from using it at a gamifying standpoint and these types of aspects.
Great, very well said. I mean, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I would like to add, because it's a passion that I had for quite some time. In the Web 2 side and also in the Web 3. Education is a sector that maybe we can all agree that it's a sector that did not move as fast as all the other sectors adapting the technologies that were happening. I bet that the metaverse and Web 3 is one technology that they should capitalize on. And if we can talk about a specific example within education, I personally have a passion to disrupt that technology because I don't want my kids to go through the same physics class that I went through, you went through, most of the audience here went through, learning how physics or geology or biology is being taught. You can imagine how immersive the experience can be if they can join the metaverse and learn about gravity, learn about Newton law, etc. You talk about an age factor. Physics is being taught for the age of 12 to 14 at school. In the metaverse, you can target much lower age. You can target a 7-year-old and teach him about physics, because the way you are delivering the content is in a much more immersive and rich. So that's something we're trying to achieve in 2117.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, physics wasn't a strong subject for me, but I get the point, definitely. What about you, Hai? You're passionate about another sector that you think, this technology can really help us have a positive impact on?
Yeah, of course, as Abdullah and Amin said, education is very important and people are always focusing on the gamification side of it. But blockchain is the new technology, it's the new internet, and we can access way more than just games and tokens and making money from it. We can actually start solving climate crises and climate problems through the metaverse. Education is very important, and we are all in still a learning stage, no matter are we young entrepreneurs or are we people in technology for years. It's a new technology, we're all educating ourselves, but there are so many ways, projects that can be focused on sustainable developments and making impact towards the climate change. Reading different articles and educating myself on what type of sustainable developments we can do with that technology is actually very, very astonishing. And I think with blockchain, with the metaverse, we can know if there will be a climate crisis a week before it's happening, based on what I've studied and based on the sustainable developments we can do through the technology.
Yeah. So, what better way to apply technology than to preserve and safeguard our future? Great. As this two-day assembly, I think, vividly demonstrates, there's a real vision and commitment from the top leadership in the city, the country. I'd be interested to hear some insight about how that environment supports and frames the conversations, the innovations that you want to drive in your businesses. Abdelrahman, maybe you can start.
So, yes, basically we're very fortunate, as we were speaking earlier. Many of us here today at the Assembly, we're all coming together because we believe in the opportunity that Web3 is promising, right? The metaverse and the new technology that's being ushered in right now. So when I, coming from gaming, so I've been in gaming all my life, I've been in the esports industry for the past 15 years, been running tournaments and doing all this stuff. I moved into the metaverse last year because I wanted to bring esports 3.0 with Web 3.0. So that's what I see in terms of the next evolution of gaming, and with Gamify and everything that comes with it. And at the same time, when we were launching MetaCon, which was our event, the government at the same time decided to launch the Dubai Metaverse strategy. So that was a perfect opportunity for me to utilize, to leverage that. Coming into the industry and launching a new IP, a lot of people didn't know who we were, didn't know who I was. So I had to kind of go back and build a huge network within the Web3 industry. A lot of people today here, colleagues I worked with, everybody came down here because we believe in what Dubai is setting out to do. So that was a major opportunity for us. It opened a lot of doors for us, all of us here today. The government ushering in and having a foresight, seeing the opportunity of Metaverse really kind of helped us leverage that and propelled us into what we're doing right now. So we're kind of the first people in the space. I'm in the events industry. I mean, in the Metaverse, Haya's doing, entrepreneurship. Abdullah's NFTs and building tech. So we're all doing different stuff, but we're coming together, building the same thing under the same vision.
Yeah, so, and I love the fact that there's this network of young, innovators driving this forward.
Can I say something? I was so surprised and so proud of this panel because, number one, Abdullah Dhahri was with me in school. He was 2 years older than me. 6 years later, we're meeting again in a panel in the biggest meta event of the year in Dubai and talking about what we're doing towards the future, which is amazing. And yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, very good. Very good. It's lovely. And I mean, from your point of view, in terms of this environment and how it encourages entrepreneurial thinking, being brave enough to, launch projects that maybe in other places or in other environments would be more difficult. How would you explain that kind of advantage that we have here because of the setup?
We know that passion is extremely important for entrepreneurs to start something that they're really passionate about. And this is a space in Web3 where personal passion and professional interest collide in a very positive way. You can actually achieve both of them in this space. It's something that you would be interested to be part of, your family needs to be part of, and the community that you target that will be interested to be part of. It's also a space that is not decided by financial power. So it's not something that the big names can claim that they are the leaders.
Yeah.
Everybody is at the equal stage. Everybody can set the philosophy of Web3 and what is the metaverse is all about. I like to call it Metaverse because everybody is testing. Everybody is creating at the moment. Everybody is writing the rules and the regulation of how it should be. And this is what we are doing as well. What's gonna sustain and live from now to 5, 10 years from now are the ones that gonna basically be the ones. So you can start, you can basically have the moment where your personal passion and professional interest comes together. And as I said, financial power is a support, but it's not really the main driver. The community believing in your project and your storyline is what's important, you know? And just as an example, this is maybe when we launched 2117 Metaverse a few days back, we linked it to a real-life vision, a real-life story of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid to build the first colony on Mars by year 2117. That's why the Metaverse is called 2117. But that's not only the vision. The vision is, how do we create a virtual world where everybody is equal, everybody has equal opportunities? The values of tolerance and humanity is being injected. And all of this goes back to the values of the Bedouins, the nomads, and that's why the company is called Bedu, because we link it all together.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Just to pick up on that point of the conversations you have, and I think, I mean, you just said like the community being receptive. Can any of you give us examples of like the conversations having changed from maybe a year ago or 2 years ago or even 6 months ago, given the pace of evolution and this new context and this new strategic drive? Abdullah, maybe you can share.
Yes, a lot have been changed on the past years and talking about these things. If you ask me, Abdullah, you're going to do something in space a year ago, I would tell you, like, what are you talking about? Yeah. And you know now, like I told you, in October, we're launching the first NFT from space. There will be a metadata sent to space, minting from there, and coming back here. There will be a live broadcast, and this is something you never saw. Bedu themselves are creating a simulation metaverse of the colonization in Mars. People don't understand the power of that right now. Because like I told you, most people understand the metaverse from a gamification perspective. But when the colonize is being built at Mars, Bedu built that strategy, built that vision, you will be astonished of what is being created. Why I'm passionate about this space? Because His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed once said, education. Educate yourself about the future. Educate yourself about technology. This is why I'm passionate. It gives us a chance to create things that you never believed that you can do. We created the first, one of the things, like Abdurrahman said, I'm into the tech, like I call the techno king, of creating something that have not been created. We have developed one of the payment gateway systems. People can perform payments, transfer money, and you don't need to be connected to Wi-Fi or data anymore. If someone is in the US, I'm in the UAE, I can transfer him money, and there has to be no Wi-Fi or no data anymore, and that's something that has not been created. So the Web3 space gave me the power for me. Like my brother Amin said, that we create what we want. We put the strategies of how we want it to be, like big companies never thought of. Like innovation in this space, education in this space, create something for yourself. One of our partners, which is Arustumani, we are partnering with them of talking about within the fashion industry, where people really can utilize the metaverse themselves, ordering merchandise and these things, which is something also big that has not been done before. So we really need to know how to utilize the technology itself. We need to know how to create itself, and nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible, never. You know, like today we are minting from space. Tomorrow I hope I will be minting from space itself there, being an astronaut.
Yeah.
And Bedu, inshallah, Amin will help me to go there in the spaceship they're building.
Yeah. And I think you can see here the power of collaboration and supporting each other and helping each other to drive these projects forward. I think that's something I just picked up from meeting you guys this week.
That's the most important thing. That, again, all of us coming from the Web 2 space, entrepreneurs running businesses, starting businesses, and trying to get that, the hustle of getting things going. It's coming to the Web 3 space. It's different. It's a whole different atmosphere. It's a whole different mentality. People, because again, I tell people this a lot. In Web 3, there's a lot of money. Money is everywhere. Crypto money is everywhere. You know, it's easy. Right now we're in a bear market, it's fine, but when we're back again, there's a lot of money. But it's all about collaboration. That's why people not really care about money as much. As Amin was saying, financial is good because it helps us build, but it's really about coming together and working together and finding the right people, you know, to build the vision. When I reached out to Amin and Khalid, his co-founder, immediately I was like, listen guys, I'm creating this new event. It's called MetaCon. It's the first time ever. It's a Metaverse Comic-Con. I was telling them, like, we need to work together. You know, we're the only two guys in the space right now. We need to come together and support each other. You guys are doing NFTs. I'm doing an event. Same thing with Abdullah. I called him up. Same thing. I'm doing this. Hey, same thing. So I'm everywhere. People know me. I'm everywhere. A lot of people here that came in, even from Pixel Links, from the Fabricant. You guys want to come to Dubai? It's really because the people seeing the power of collaboration. Everybody's here. They want to work. They want to build. And because we're all wanting the same thing. We all want the same vision. We want to see this metaverse, whichever it may be, because we really don't know what the metaverse is going to be in 5 years' time. But there's a promise. We're all excited. We're going to it. And we want to see where it goes.
Yeah, very exciting. And all in that same spirit of innovation, trying new things, and hoping to learn from there. Great. So how about then, from your experiences so far, because not everything goes well all the time. Sometimes there are challenges and hurdles. We've all had that. I'm sure people in the audience as well. What are some of the maybe key learnings or pieces of advice or takeaways you could share with the audience in terms of, you know, innovating or pursuing opportunities in this space from what you've done so far? Amin first.
I'll talk that this space is being created with a very key concept, which is decentralization. And this is a challenge that this concept has to be understood at all levels, not only from us, the people who are creating, but also from regulators' point of view, also from community point of view. This has to be understood. What does it mean that I'm creating a decentralized world? It means decision-making, it means regulations, rules, policies, infrastructure development. A metaverse will be the future, and if that will be the future, it cannot depend on an entity. So if we succeed and then we decided to basically go out of market, 2117 has to continue, has to be there. So that is something that has to be taken into consideration, as well as the whole awareness. We talk about, what, 5% of the whole community in the whole world that knows about Web3. So that is another challenge. That awareness and education has to grow, as well as the whole tools and devices. Accessing the metaverse can be on mobile, web, application, VR, but VR, I can wear it for 30 minutes and then I have headache. It has to change. It has to basically be maybe glasses, maybe lenses, maybe a different tool that we don't know yet, you know? It's going to be manufactured after 5-10 years. This is, in summary, could be one of the things that has to be understood and attacked very well.
Yeah, I think spreading awareness is key. Are there any examples where you found maybe how you've overcome that challenge of explaining what you do and making it relevant to who you're trying to talk to?
In terms of awareness, it is, especially coming from the events side of things. So I can speak about the events industry. So we were kind of one of the first consumer-based events, right? So our focus is the end user, it's the youth, it's the teenagers. These are our customers that come to our events. So when we did MetaCon, so there was we realized there was a confusion because it's called a Metaverse Comic-Con. So is it a Metaverse, is it a Comic-Con, is it pop culture? We are a pop culture event. Again, our positioning is to be the pop culture Web3 event in the world. And we're growing that. So we did it in May, and hopefully we're doing the second edition in December. And next year we're looking to go to Philippines and Vietnam, and we're growing the IP. Now, again, going back to the same issue that we had is that people didn't understand what's going on, because it's just the understanding. Yes, you understand gaming. What's gamify? You know, that's the kind of whole next level, next evolution. NFTs. So even for us, when people come to Comic-Cons, usually you're gonna go buy something. You're gonna walk out with an art piece, a game, a statue, anything, because there are retailers. It's a retail event. Now you come to the MetaCon, you see NFTs all over the place. So how are you gonna buy that? You know, it's a problem. Now you have to create a wallet, get money, transfer money, now connect your wallet. It's so many steps in order for you to get that NFT that you just saw. So it's again, it's creating understanding and experiences and teaching people. We realize a lot, people just need to understand what's happening right now. You know, it's just, okay, what's the difference between all of this? And it's a conversation to be had. And again, we're all here today to have that conversation. Education is a key element in all of this. You know, that's the core of the next evolution, is to kind of get people in line.
Yeah. Haya, do you want to pick up from that?
Yeah, education is the most important thing, and not only being educated, but they have to educate themselves and put times for themselves to understand what's behind the metaverse, or what's behind the NFT, and how is it made, and for what purpose, and what impact, for example, because there is technology behind it. The millennials, why are they all in crypto? They're taking it as a gamble game. They're not educating themselves on these coins. They don't know the developments. They don't know what's next, what's going to come new, and all of that. So not only the education you take from people in the metaverse or the educators, but you need to spend time at home to study these companies you're investing in, or buying their NFTs, or buying the land in the metaverse and growing on, because we can, of course, during this year, how many scams came from the NFT space and the crypto space? And a lot of people are just entering it because it's the next new thing, but they do not know what's behind it, what technology is behind it, who's behind it, and how can they actually develop it from A to Z through technology. So yeah, that's my point in that.
Okay, great.
I agree 100% with what Haya said, and I always say when we go to projects, or projects come talk to us, I tell them, what's your vision behind this? What are you doing behind this? You always have to have a vision. Like Abdurrahman said, we shouldn't stop, we should build growth. When you create something, you want it to stay there. You don't want it to build there, or I'm going to make money and then it's done, it's a done deal, then we're not going to go further. So there has to be a roadmap, like what we do in Babes Clan and our Chain Tech Labs, our NFT projects, what we're going to do. Yes, we're minting from space, but when I allocate that money, what's going to do? We're going to invest into space startup companies. It gives us reason to develop more, to really boom the industry and what we are going to do. Building our products, helping other people, doing initiatives, being in real with the line and vision of what the UAE is really creating from this kind of aspects. It's not only, I'm going to do this art piece and it's done. Nobody is investing into art pieces anymore. Let's be realistic about that. But utility behind it, the driven passion behind it of what am I going to be creating? Am I going to be the next Apple or these kinds of company? Or am I going to stay here and stop and not do anything? Then I'm going to tell that person that, why are you here then? Or what are you creating? Or what's the new digital transformation you're seeing? Because we really need to see the real world of digital transformation and talking about that. And challenges, like we said, one of the biggest challenges I face is who to talk to when we want to do something, the partnerships aspects. Like when we wanted to mint it from space, it was an idea. But who to talk to is the challenge, or how can I reach that person? So I really advise the general managers, your excellencies that are here and everything, really help the youth with partnership. Listen to them and what they are creating, because some people are creating something that has never been heard of before. When I started in this aspect, it was my idea of creating digital passports and these things, even before NFTs was out, when creating the blockchain initiative and these things. So that helped me prosper, and in front of when I presented my idea to the ministers, really helped me to develop the new digital transformation. And questions will be asked, you have to be ready for that, but you really know, you really need to show the digital transformation of this era.
Great. Any last pieces of advice to our audience?
What Abdurrahman said regarding, we are being exposed to many terminologies in the Web3. NFT, MetaMask, digital wallet. For the people in the Web 2, 2.5, they get, they hesitate to, whenever they hear things that they are not familiar with. We will know that we made it when it will be, in terms of process, as easy as downloading a WhatsApp and start chatting. Navigating through Instagram, click on an image and buy it, which could be an NFT. That we will know that we made it. So that is basically one of the challenges that has to be overcome with a lot of awareness and a lot of education.
Yeah. Any last thoughts we want to leave our audience with in terms of what does success look like? If we're here this time next year or 2 years' time, where will we be?
I believe in the next 5 years, laptops might not be a thing anymore. You can, through the metaverse, open 6 tabs and work on this thing and that thing and this thing. So there will be a very big shift in the way people use technology and go on with their daily lives after the education, the implementation, and it going into reality. I do believe we can reach a point where even the climate, us humans through the metaverse are going to find solutions very easily. We can, for example, can I tell you something I've read and that interested me so much? So through the metaverse, you can do a digital twin of the Earth, especially the atmospheric rivers that are basically water vapor on top of the Earth. And you can see a week before some crisis happening, a natural disaster, in the metaverse, you will see that there will be a disaster happening. That means not only, of course, we know that reducing carbon emissions and removing carbon are the 2 big impacts we can to fight climate change, but doing that alongside using the metaverse to see how the Earth is moving and the climate all over the world, the Earth can literally be a science project. The weather of the Earth can be a science project. And all the countries can develop to sustainably develop and have real-life digital twin of the actual Earth and how it's going. So I think the future is headed that way, hopefully through sustainability. If anyone wants to help me turn this project a reality, I don't mind getting into the metaverse and doing that.
Very good. Very good.
And last thing, in closing, really what all of us here today, I think our main message is for everybody, especially our peers, the young Emiratis out there, and the citizens, basically, to kind of pursue this, look at this as an opportunity. It is an opportunity today. The Web3, the Metaverse, even what the leadership, Dubai, is doing is putting us really today in the front row. We're really in a position where we're taking this torch and we're running with it, because right now as many speakers before us said, Dubai is in a very special position. We have regulators, we have big companies, big tech, we got all these companies coming in, Web3 professionals, they're coming to Dubai, setting up bases in Dubai, looking to work with everybody. So for us today, maybe we're 4. Next year, I'll hope to see more people in the assembly, young guys who are working on new projects, new NFTs, new metaverses, new tech. And we're always open to work with everybody. This is an industry where collaboration is important for us to keep building. We work with the government, we work with private sector. People can reach us, and we're easy to find. So yeah.
There we go. Lovely way to finish.
Thank you.
Some super takeaways there to bring the session to the end, but I'm sure what you've heard today will spark lots of conversations for the rest of today and over the coming weeks, months, and years. But for now, on behalf of myself, the audience here and virtually, can I just say a big thank you to our panel.
Thank you so much.
الحضور الكريم، والآن كلمة رئيسية تقدمها السيدة سارة باكستون، الرئيس التنفيذي للعمليات لمنصة Gala Games. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by Ms. Sarah Buxton, Chief Operating Officer of Gala Games. الحضور الكريم، والآن كلمة رئيسية تقدمها السيدة سارة باكستون، الرئيس التنفيذي للعمليات لمنصة Gala Games. Ladies and gentlemen, a keynote by Ms. Sarah Buxton, Chief Operating Officer of Gala Games.
And the Dubai Metaverse Assembly. It's great to meet you, and I'm excited to be with you virtually today. My name is Bux. I'm the COO of Gala. Some of you may have heard of us. For those of you who haven't, we are now a Web3 entertainment company. We were formerly a games company that happened to build games on the blockchain. I say happened to build games on the blockchain because really, our motivation for being here isn't about blockchain, it's about content ownership and the enhanced experience that gives players. And what we did is we took all of that knowledge and a lot of the insights that we got from our independent developers. And when we met some musicians late last year, we started chatting to them about it. We realized how broken the music industry was and thought, wonder if we could have a go at that as well. So we launched Gala Music back in February, and we announced that Gala Film was coming earlier on in the month of June. So we are truly running at what I would say is the trifecta of what makes a metaverse. Now, bearing in mind this is the Metaverse Assembly, I assure you I will cover Metaverse. But first, I wanted to jump back a little bit and talk about how we even got here. Because until we really understand where we came from, how can we possibly start to even fathom where we're going? There are over 170 million blockchain wallets worldwide. There are 2.3 Bitcoin transactions, easy for me to say, happening every second. And you might think that's quite impressive, that's quite big, but it's not, it's embryonic. Most of that volume is still being used in cross-border payments and settlements. We are still at the very, very beginning of the journey, and you know this when actually the biggest use cases for blockchain remain to be banking and professional services. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, and that's actually enabled millions of people over the world to access a more trustless and a more secure system. And that's going to increase the blockchain funding, or the funding of the blockchain industry by about 86% year on year, meaning that by 2026, the predicted value is going to be about 67 billion. That's not a bad number, but security, being sensible, being responsible, hasn't given us the explosive growth that maybe it could have. Why? Because it's not enjoyable. It's not something that makes you get out of bed in the morning if you're in a secure job, living in an established economy. And even with a downturn of about 1.2% annually this year, the gaming industry will still be worth $188 billion in 2022. This is the biggest and greatest use case for blockchain and cryptocurrencies yet. Tokenomics is not new in gaming. We understand it, we can use it, and it has sense to be involved in the experience around it. And I guess that's the thing, we talk about experience. You know, are we building products or are we moving people? And I think really sometimes, particularly when we come to events like this, something gets lost along the way and we forget about the individual, we forget about the person, we forget about the experience that they want because we're so desperate to get the technology in that we think they need. Games, music, film, the metaverse. The thing it has in common is it's social, it's fun. And the early blockchain games did nothing to help us. They promised way more than they could deliver, and play and earn, it crashed and burned. And we learned a lot from that too. We know the value is in what you do and what you own. And even perceived ownership is a massive deal. You know, take these games where people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on accessories, from emotes to weapons to outfits. It really matters to people, even though they don't actually own it. Because our digital identities are becoming incredibly important to us, especially as we spend more and more time online and it becomes more and more unlimited. We want to represent something, or perhaps we want to escape something. Whatever it is, we want to play these characters that we can shape, that we can control. And that's where the metaverse becomes really exciting, because it's not just a place for players. It's a place for creators and music fans and film buffs and people that love comedy and people that love painting and people that love art. It's for everyone. It's not about rejecting society or revolutionizing the world necessarily, but it is still about freedom and control, and about finding your own community, one where you feel that you fit, no matter what you look like or where you live. And over the past few years, we've been, I think, starting to set things free on the blockchain. We have worked with some of the world's best developers, giving them the opportunity to build the games that they never were given the ability to do. We've covered their burn, we've left them with their IP, and we've helped them start to design their games so they work with content ownership. Gala itself's got 5 titles that we own, and we've got 23 partner titles in development. They're double and they're triple A. And 3 games will launch this year. And when I say games, I mean fun games that you'll actually want to play and talk about with your friends. Experiences that you'll want to share, that you want to get frustrated over. And talking about sharing, you hear a lot of companies and startups in this space talking about community. You have to do more than talk about it. The power of community is the single greatest asset you have as a business in Web3. You have to stop thinking of people as your customers or calling them consumers. They are on your side, they're in your team, and they are your community. You need to think about where you want to show up and what you'll be like when you show up, what the rules of engagement are, because even in Web3, when it seems that everything, is free flowing and unrestricted, you'll still want to put some parameters around what you want the community, your community, to stand for and to mean, what it means to be a part of. And that's just not the people that participate in it. That's you as a company participating in it. The most important thing we do at Gala is hang out in our Discord, go to a DigiCon conference at the weekend, dance on a virtual dance floor with our community members. Some of the best insight and best advice I've got are from people that know our company as well as we do in many ways, because they're experiencing our games, they know our team, and they really just call it like it is. They're the ones that will ride the wave with you, and they will hold you to account. Building in Web3, whether you're building a game, whether you're building a game within a metaverse, it's an entirely new experience, because you're building in front of people, with people, and not just for people. So think, if you're going into this space, what wonderful world are you creating? A metaverse is such a catch-all term, you need to decide what it means to you and your team, what it means to you as an investor and what you're looking for as an investment opportunity. Ask yourself, what type of world will it be? Who will be happiest in that world? What will they do in that world for more than an hour a day? And where will they be able to go? Because Web3 is not about walled gardens and companies owning territory. It's about people owning items that can exist in other worlds because they're interoperable. They should be able to move about, connect together, and create something new. Because otherwise we're missing a trick. If we just take all of the old things and just put them on the blockchain, we really are letting ourselves down because it's not terribly creative. What happens when music and film collides? What happens when film and games collide? That is exciting, and that could be quite profound. By 2026, Gartner thinks that a quarter of all people in the world will spend at least an hour a day in a metaverse. What are we trying to give them? A job or a rewarding experience that they'll want to come back to? And that's where the name Gala really helps me out. Gala actually means a social occasion with special entertainment or performances. Concerts, gatherings, games, play, listen, watch. These are all the critical words: enjoy, create, own. They're the tenets and the building blocks of the future. And I think it's incredibly exciting. I think this is a truly unique moment in time, almost like when the internet started, because this is going to be something that will transform our digital lives as we know it. And as a result of transforming our digital lives, actually have a profoundly positive impact on our day-to-day and real life physical ones too. So hopefully some little bits and bobs in there was useful to you. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. And I'm Bucks. You can catch me on For The Bucks on Twitter, and you can always catch up with Gala Games, Gala Music and Gala Film. Just have a look online. You will find us and we will be there. Take care, guys. Bye.
السيدات والسادة، نترككم مع جلسة حوارية يقدمها السيد توم إيركهارت من شبكة الإذاعة العربية. Ladies and gentlemen, now a fireside chat presented by Tom Urquhart from Arabian Radio Network.
Well, a big thank you to Sarah and all the team at Gala Games, and a big thank you to each and every one of you for sticking around for this session. A session in two parts, quick fireside chat now, which will hopefully open up for some of your thoughts, and then another virtual presentation from another industry leader. We're talking gaming in the metaverse here in our little... Well, there is no fireplace at the moment. We'll have a fireside chat all the same with an industry leader. Immersive gaming is, you don't need me to tell you, the next big thing when it comes to entertainment at the core. VR, AR technologies in all its guises are becoming increasingly sophisticated, providing gamers with almost real-life experiences and opportunities. But this is much more than just entertainment. So, questions that will crop up here. How will the metaverse, as we understand it at the moment, and gaming transform your everyday lives, our everyday lives, in connection with the digital world as defined? What does content look like in the metaverse, especially with regards to gaming? What collaborations exist across the sectors? And more importantly, what's happening now and what will happen in the future? Well, Thankfully, you don't have me to answer those questions, but we do have a true leader in the industry, a spokesperson for all things GameFi in not just the metaverse, but in the digital world as a whole. So please join me in giving a huge round of applause and a big cheer as well to GameFi from BNB Chain. It is Ahmed Tamer.
Hello. Hi, Tom.
Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much indeed for taking time. We're going to do this for the next 20 minutes or so, and then we head up to another virtual presentation. Ahmed, thank you so much indeed for being with us. Good crowd, great event. First impressions, I mean, you've been outside networking, a good addition to the metaverse and the digital sphere, events like this?
An amazing addition. Everyone here is a leader in their industry, and it's an honor to meet a lot of people and get introduced to a lot of people that are building and working in the space. And I believe we'll all be working together at some point.
Quite right too. Yeah, listen, as I said, opportunity to interact. But let's cut to the quick if we can, where time is against us. And we've got a broad old, big old subject to address here. Gaming in the metaverse is the title we've given this segment. And I think by way of introduction, maybe we could just do a little bit of definition. We've got two words there that pretty much, not just everyone here, who probably better understands those words, everyone out there and everyone in the world thinks they know what gaming and metaverse are. But do the two go hand in hand?
They don't necessarily go hand in hand anymore now, because the word metaverse itself has evolved in the past few years, and people started looking at it in terms of outlets for everything else. Gaming in the metaverse probably won't change our lives, because I don't know how much time you guys have to play games every day anymore, but for our kids, it will, because that's the gaming part. They're enjoying that entertainment and content. For us, it will change our social interactions with each other, in the way we work maybe, with virtual offices, and the way we receive healthcare in the future. But for us, gaming itself, it goes very, very well when you want to play an independent game. But to sit in a world and play all the games in it, I don't think probably that will happen in the next 5 years.
So let's try and address some of the misconceptions out there at the moment, because I think, especially with the phrase metaverse, everyone's got their own sort of definition. Everyone's using the word metaverse at the moment without fully understanding it. Is that fair assumption?
I don't think anybody has a full understanding of the metaverse, because again, the term itself is growing and evolving throughout the period we've had and all the innovation we've seen recently in the space. So I want to say that it would be a collective of entertainment product, or a collective of products, in terms of how can we use it in that sector, and where all the users are, then that becomes a metaverse. I think that's a good start to understand it, but I don't know how to define it, because we really don't know where it's evolving to. And we're very excited to see where it's going.
Yeah, and we want to try and nail down on the future, as it were, but let's sort of address the present if we can. Give us a sort of state of play as to the position of gaming within the metaverse as it stands at the moment.
Gaming in the metaverse is pretty much the axis that everything rotates at. The reason that being is that people enjoy to play against each other. People enjoy to compete. People like to play stories and adventures with either on a storytelling mode or with their friends, or, for example, compete in esports in the same space. So let's say if everybody is playing Call of Duty today, then that is the current metaverse where everybody is for that genre of games. But there are also different genres of games and different genres of metaverses. It depends on where the users are, what the users are enjoying. The content is the main principle.
Yeah, we're going to get onto content shortly, but before that, let's talk potential if we can. It's interesting to read earlier on this week, I think it was, the big box retail company, Walmart, making their first dive into the metaverse through a couple of so-called games for younger customers as well. They're saying that they're not looking at this as a means of making money or a means of monetizing, or should I say, gamifying their products at the moment. But where does the potential lie when it comes to GameFi and the monetization, the tokenization in the metaverse?
Currently, the potential is limitless because we're still trying to understand what can we do with the technology, as well as we're seeing a lot of projects in their nascent stages, or a lot of projects trying to bridge from Web 2, as it's called, to Web 3. So everybody's still trying to find their place in it and figuring out how to do it. From the side of the technology itself, the reason I said limitless, it's because it is actually limited by the imagination of everyone creating either their own worlds or their own games or their own identity on the metaverse or their own workspace. I really don't know. None of us knew what would happen with YouTube or Instagram or Facebook or TikTok when they came out, but we saw them grow and evolve. And I think we're going to see the same thing happening in the blockchain industry, where everybody's going to grow and evolve and find their principles, or their core principles that they work around, and find a good way to present it to people for a good user trip.
Well, you talked there about user trip and the way, and a part of the question that we sort of set out to answer here is the transformation that this could have, gaming per se, on the metaverse, but also our lives. You just mentioned blockchain there, which is obviously already having and has had a long-standing impact on our lives. Give us an idea, if you can, Ahmed, about just what sectors of our lives could be transformed at the moment? If gaming is in its nascence in the metaverse, what areas of our lives could be affected?
I really want to say all of them, because if you think about it from the perspective of you're communicating with people and meeting, then in a few years we will not need to come to this event because we'll all attend this event at home. Whether it was through a screen, our phones, our TVs, our computers, or AR and VR. There will be different solutions for people to meet each other or work remotely, or healthcare, where you can sit down and speak to a professional. Let's say if it's a therapist, for example. But you can also get a lot of the benefits of blockchain without metaverses in these industries as well. So I want to say all of them, all of the sectors can definitely benefit from it.
So let's take that Walmart example again, if we can.
Yeah.
Walmart, let's assume, for the purposes of discussion, are using these new Roblox games as an opportunity to interact with younger customers, customers of the future. If gaming is that gateway, if you like, can we use gaming in the metaverse to better healthcare, to better banking of the future?
We can use it for better education even, to give children that are playing these games, that have attention span for games, educational and entertaining content that develops them where they should be developed by whomever is taking that decision. We can use it in healthcare, again, like meeting other health professionals on the spot, but it really can be used in all facets of industries. We really do not understand the possibilities that we still have ahead of us.
What's holding us back at the moment, given the wealth of potential out there?
I don't think there is anything holding us back. We are at a very important stage of the industry's evolving. We're seeing it grow in front of us, and we are making it as we go. So I don't think there is anything holding us back. I think we're on a very healthy track of innovation and advancement in the future. Whether it's the projects that came out, or the projects that are upcoming, or the projects that are building, everybody still keeps enhancing on what they built before. So we are moving forward in the right direction.
Talking of frameworks and moving in the right direction, player as owner, not player as consumer, obviously one of the sort of the tracks we're looking to go down at the moment. How key is transparency? Given that the metaverse can be so personal to individuals and users, how key is transparency moving forward?
It's extremely important for one very good reason. The entire industry emerged from the fact that gamers were fed up from gaming company cutting off support for their favorite games. So they felt entitled because that's the game that they played, these are the games they spend their money on, these are the games they interacted with their friends at. So everybody thought that, well, we have the right to ownership of this game, so why does these companies get to unilaterally decide to kill them? Why can't the games be owned by the community that enjoys them and plays them and develops them in the right direction, because it is the gaming community after all.
So give us your thoughts also on the gaming companies, the aforementioned gaming companies there. What's their place in the metaverse moving forward at the moment? If players are taking ownership at present, what role do you see?
Gaming companies are providing the extremely essential factor to attract everybody there, which is content, which is entertainment content. Content is king, after all.
Still.
Wherever, it never became anything else. So wherever good content and entertainment is, that has a good user experience, that people can interact with it, that's where the users will be. And that's where the users will get attracted to. And then we will get to know if they're a metaverse when they have millions of users.
So if we're going away from, and you know, I'm the father of a 16-year-old son who I haven't seen for 2 days since FIFA 23 dropped as well, so I've lost him for the next couple of weeks. But if we're moving away from that sort of personal interaction into a more immersive metaverse community as well, how does the content change, and how do content companies keep up with that change?
The content will have to adapt to the new ways that we are consuming information, whether it's the interaction on the metaverse, in VR or AR or in front of our screens. Everybody will, at the end of the day, will be trying to compete for your attention, to give you the best entertainment product that you can enjoy with your friends. That's why everybody's trying to build good games, because we are targeting minds that are between 10 and 14 years old, and these brands will have an everlasting effect on them. All the games that I played up until the age of 20, I still play them today because they're long-standing IPs of fantastic games that I played in my youth, and because I don't have the luxury to, let's say, play games again for 8 or 10 hours a day, when I want to entertain myself and play a game, I still go back to these games that I still play with my friends. 10, 15, 20 years later, even some of them. So everybody's going to compete for that good entertainment product that they're trying to put out.
Is there a generation at play here? Because, a generation game, I should say. I always get nervous talking generations with the amount of grey hair that I have at the moment. But, you know, again, I don't want to bang on it, but using Walmart as an example, they're targeting a younger generation. You've just mentioned the young generation that is embracing the metaverse quicker than others. Do developers need to be careful about not to alienate older generations?
They will be careful, but it will also be on, let's say, KPI-based level, where if I'm getting 5% of my revenue from people older than 41, then I'm going to take that development power and invest it in the sector of the demographics that's between, let's say, 14 to 20, or in the teen years, because I am monetizing there better, and they're following the progression of the game or the content or the entertainment that I'm trying to provide them, because they're more savvy in terms of technology, because they're younger and have a lot more time on their hands to explore.
Yeah. If content is king, and still is king, still wears the crown at the moment, what about collaboration? Is that still key? Because collaboration has been key up until this point. Will it still be key moving forward?
What kind of collaboration? Is it collaboration with influencers and KOLs, or is it in collaboration with other content producers to merge these contents together?
Both. Let's start with influencers, celebrities, and names. How important will that be moving forward?
It's just important because the advertising industry is important. Advertising works. When you tell people about your product, they hear about it, and when they want a similar product, they'll remember the name that was advertised to them. So that's why the collaboration with content creators or creative content creators is important online as a form of advertising. I do not want to limit it to that, because some of those influencers or KOLs also participate in collaboration within the product itself, within the game, if they get big enough. That's number one. Number two, collaboration between other content creators in terms of the entertainment production will be essential moving forward, because now we have a lot of metaverses popping out. In the future, we will start seeing which ones are dominant, which ones are having more users, and then that way, those content creators of the entertainment industry in gaming will start collaborating together in order to bring more attention to their games. It's nothing new. Fortnite has a tie-up with Marvel and Disney characters sometimes to drop in their games. People still do like what they like, and they gravitate towards it.
Talking of that gravitation as well, from your experience, from your perspective as well, are there certain companies that are doing it better than others when it comes to...
There are existing I want to use the same word, metaverse, but it's not necessarily decentralized because they are very centralized. But they're a great example already. I mean, Roblox is its own metaverse. Fortnite is its own metaverse. Valorant, League of Legends, World of Warcraft, they are their own metaverses. I think we need to remove the word meta maybe when we say here and say universes, because they do exist in their own universe where people speak the same language, people trade the same items, people go on the same quests, people understand the acronyms. So that is a little cultural metaverse that is running currently. Is it an adaptation of what we have in mind to move in the future? No, but it's a good stepping stone.
I want to look into the future, if I can, in the last 3 minutes that we've got available to us, because we are focusing a lot on the future at the moment. Is it possible to put a timeline on this? We talk about the potential, we've seen the roots there already. Can we put a timeline as to when we can see gaming really take root in the metaverse?
No, because somebody can create the equivalent of God of War on the blockchain tomorrow, and it launches and everybody plays that game, and then you have 20 million daily active users, and then that instantly becomes the gaming metaverse. We do not know everything that's happening in the sphere enough to stop people that are going to create great content from creating it and it's catching up. There is content and cultural following of games that I do not think any of us can understand unless they're immersed in that game. I mean, I've lost myself 6 to 8 weeks sometimes playing games when they came out in the beginning. I mean, I don't do that enough as I want to now, but I can't wait. Like, for example, the next God of War coming out, I can't wait. When the previous Assassin's Creed that was launched in the early September came out, I couldn't wait. These are things I was looking forward to them and got them as soon as they came out. I didn't actually necessarily have time to play them yet, but there is a cultural following to gaming. So it will go where that good entertainment is, where people are looking for it.
Listen, we're loving the positivity, and why not? We have brought together some of the greatest influencers, voices, and minds for all things metaverse over the course of the last 2 days. But do me a favor, come on, play devil's advocate if you can. Just looking forward. We've got 2 minutes, okay, before they throw us off stage anyway.
Fair enough.
So play devil's advocate. What are the hurdles?
The hurdles? I want to say the limitations of hardware, maybe, currently. But I don't think that will last anything more than 18 months to 2 years. There isn't enough chips on the market for hardware to create AR and VR goggles that can withstand the current production quality that we have. The gaming design and entertainment design in general is usually a couple of years ahead of the hardware. So I think just the hardware for the next minimally a year, that's all.
And you bring up a very valid point as well into the final minute about AR and VR goggles as well, because you talk about the technology being well advanced of that. Are we going to see a sort of game change, especially when it comes to gaming on Metaverse, when it comes to headsets?
We absolutely will, because we have to, because the way we're interacting together in the metaverses currently, it's almost a shame not to take advantage of it, to actually immerse yourself and experiencing it from the inside. And you will have generations that was their social communication, and they will innovate in ways that we cannot even understand.
Listen, I've really enjoyed this. I hope you've enjoyed it. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We're about to be pulled off the stage here. However, thankfully, you can continue the conversation with the man to my left as well. If people want to get in touch with you and the BNB Chain team, how do they do that?
We all are at the BNB Chain booth right after the registration at the entrance, and we're more than happy to assist with all of your questions and anything you can want to discuss with us.
Go down, say hi, or of course, check them out online as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our special guest.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Tom. Cheers,
you.
mate. Have a good day.
Big thanks to Ahmed. Finally, we've got one more virtual presentation for you. We've been talking about the future there. We're going to throw forward to the future as well. The future of gaming goes well beyond the creation of games and entertainment on decentralized applications. Users now provide opportunities to create their own personal and unique experiences by well, mining virtual assets, trading cryptocurrencies, all within their own virtual environment. Just a little food for thought. Who's going to take us there? Well, in just a few moments' time, you will be joined virtually by the co-founder of Sandbox, Sebastian Borjoi, who will bring you all the latest on that. Thanks very much indeed for enjoying the fireside and enjoy the virtual.
Hi everyone, my name is Sebastian Borjoi. I'm the CEO and co-founder of the Sandbox. I'm really sorry not to be here with you today in person, but that doesn't mean that we cannot have a lovely presentation today of what is the Sandbox. More specifically, as Dubai is going to play a major role within Sandbox, as we recently announced the Dubaiverse region with the Dubai VARA, the very first regulator who's entered the Metaverse and is leading the way towards innovation and adoption of this technology within the region. So we're really excited to build together this new neighborhood and to bring the culture that defines Dubai and the overall MENA region into the Metaverse, make it accessible to everyone, and enable businesses, entrepreneurs, creators, and users to benefit from the opportunities that the Metaverse, the open Metaverse, has to offer to them. That is why I'm going to jump right now into a presentation to introduce in detail what is the open Metaverse, what you can do with it, and how you as well can contribute, and be part of this new journey. I'm going to be in Dubai for GITEX as well, so if you're interested, feel free to reach out after this presentation. I hope to see you there in person and we can continue this conversation that started today. Thank you very much. Hope you can see my screen right now. Good, let's talk about the open Metaverse and how the Sandbox is contributing to building it. Before we jump into a definition, I wanted to show a quick video that highlights a little bit more what you can do already in the Metaverse. We've launched the Alpha Season 3 of the Sandbox last August, and this is an event that's going to last for 10 weeks with more than 98 experiences that you can come, enter, interact with through your avatar, and start playing, whether they are like famous brand like Rabbids, Atari, The Walking Dead, Care Bears, also music artists from Warner Music Group, Sweco, etc. You'll have access to a great diversity of experience, complete quest, explore, learn, have fun as well, interact with other users, and as you progress, accumulate experience points that you can use to actually claim rewards, those rewards that are going to allow you at the end of the season to claim NFTs and various tokens. So the Alpha Season 3, in a nutshell, is a preview, an overview of what are the early possibilities in the Metaverse, what kind of content that can be created, and we hope it will be great inspiration for like building that future together. We define the Metaverse as this myriad of virtual world where anyone can access with an avatar a 3D representation of themselves that become their new digital identity. They can access more fun, more social, more interactive, more immersive experiences, games, and beyond. And the main difference with what we've seen before, like virtual world have existed for 20 years, 25, even more, is the idea that you truly own as a user your digital identity or your digital asset, whether they are wearable, equipment, game item, virtual land, virtual houses even, and more, and even your currency, your cryptocurrency, and you can use them across any of those worlds. No one can remove that freedom of true ownership and being able to transfer the asset between users, use them anywhere you like, and even sell them on marketplaces outside of the platform where the content were originally created from. That's really the major difference. But at the very beginning, the Metaverse is going to be literally empty. So that's why we feel like the Metaverse will be essentially user-generated content. 99% will be built by the user themselves. And to achieve that, we need to provide very accessible tools that anyone can use without any steep learning curve. That's why Vox Edit, voxels, so sort of like 3D pixel, digital Lego, can be used to create, without reading the user manual, exciting content, animated content. Also, our no-code game maker is an important piece of this platform, since you can start creating your own stories, adventure, games, and more, just by drag and dropping those assets and choosing predefined behaviors. No line of code is required. Besides user-generated content, we also feel like the Metaverse should bring brands. And there's more than 400 brands already in Sandbox. Those brands, they bring their culture, famous characters, story, location, and users can take those officially as NFTs and remix them with their own creation into their land, which they can publish and start monetizing. So we have already global brands in entertainment, in lifestyle, with Walking Dead, Adidas, Gucci, Atari, Snoop Dogg, Ubisoft, Warner Music, etc. But we also have local brands from different regions of the world, from Hong Kong, from Korea, and from Dubai as well, as we recently announced. Kalish Time has entered the Metaverse in Sandbox, but also GCX and the Dubai Zara. Users with Avatar will be able to access much more diverse, a new format of entertainment where they can own, they can build alone or in multiplayer, they can play alone or multiplayer, they can meet, socialize, they can learn, and they can also earn, as they will be rewarded for the time they spend as creator, but also as users. To achieve that, we need to use technology, open standards and protocol that no one can own. And that's why we rely on blockchain and NFTs, because it's traceable, because it's transparent, because it can ensure the proof of authorship, ownership, and the notion of digital scarcity, which is essential to establish that digital asset can have value. Those digital assets having now value, we can build on top of them services. With Metaverse is going to lead to the creation of millions of jobs, and we can even push further into looking at decentralized finance and decentralized governance on top of that. What makes the Metaverse unique as well, it's virtual world composed of lands that can be owned by users themselves. Lands are digital portion of real estate, digital spaces where you can publish your creation, your experience, and make it accessible to other users from anywhere in the world through their avatar. You can own a land, you can rent a land, you can sell a land, just like in the real world with real estate. And we've been creating the map of the sandbox, which contains 464 lands in total and no more. They are defined on the blockchain. Each one is an NFT. A little bit like Dubai has been built with urban planning. We didn't sell it all at the beginning, but we progressively planned different neighborhoods. And I've sold to date, after 2 years, 70% of that map. We will plan to sell 100% within the next 2 to 3 years as well. And every time we introduce a new major partner, major brand, a new region, so we announce the Korea-verse, Dubai-verse, Turkey-verse, Singapore-verse, French culture neighborhood, British-verse, and other part of the world. That makes the Metaverse both like global, a new digital nation without frontiers, but also local, so it can appeal to the people from a certain country, city, or region, which then can come for one brand, local celebrity or brand, but stay on the platform for all the rest of the content they're going to find on it. And what's really strong with this idea of neighborhood is like it makes the map really interesting, because there's everywhere on the map, there's always a great mix of culture, whether it's lifestyle, gaming, fashion, luxury, but also business, education, etc. It's like my virtual Manhattan, a virtual Dubai. It's a vibrant place, 24 hours, 7 days, where there's always something to do. You will find place to work, place to learn, place to interact, place to socialize, place to rest, place to be amazed. That's what we want to create, and we hope you can join on that journey. Look at this. We already have over 400 partners. We started in entertainment, mostly with music artists, Snoop Dogg, Steve Aoki, Blondish, Deadmau5, Stweko, Warner Music, but we quickly added as well gaming with Ubisoft, Atari, Square Enix, and also fashion, lifestyle with Gucci, Adidas, and so on. But we also brought in brands from Korea, Pororo, SM Entertainment, Lotte World, just to name a few, but there will be a major announcement toward the end of the year on many more. From Japan, with key landmarks such as Shibuya 109, the famous crossing in Tokyo, or Captain Tsubasa, etc. So we want to bridge between virtual world and physical world with those content, brands, IPs, location, landmarks that people are familiar with, and we'll get them into the sandbox. But we also help new brands, Web3 projects and communities who own land and can develop a neighborhood around the communities, which usually start around like profile picture, characters, and content, and expand through our no-code game maker tool into something that allows anyone to build the location, the spaces around the character. Also through interoperability, something that the Open Metaverse enables, like users own their asset and can use them across different applications. In Sandbox, if you own one of 13 NFT collection already, we turn them into from 2D characters into 3D characters. They become the digital identity, your avatar that you can use to play, jump, run, fight, and dance and express yourself, meet other community members, and together build, have fun, and more. That's something that so far, the Sandbox has been really one of the pioneers to push, and we're proud to support 13 collection, as I will show you after. So in a nutshell, that's how we see the future of Metaverse and gaming. Anyone should be able to build content, experiences, spaces, or even create simple objects, items that are useful in game, collect them, own them, use them in game, or sell them on marketplace to earn, even participate into the governance, how the future of that world, that game, that app will be defined based on the item that I own. This is called player-owned economy, and be rewarded for the time and value they spend on the platform by creating the content, making it come to life, being fun and interactive. Sandbox is a platform that is here. Our goal is to empower the creativity of users, of players. Anyone should be able to become a creator in the metaverse. And that's why first tool we launched were VoxEdit, our 3D editor, the marketplace, and our no-code game maker. Today, there's literally hundreds of studios around the world, tens of thousands of artists who are familiar with the tool and using it on a daily basis to create the experience. We're going to see as well the strength of our ecosystem right after. Just one word about the avatar. That avatar is that new 3D representation of yourself, your new digital identity. You can use it to explore the world. And we want each avatar to be unique. So like no one else can be like you. That's why the avatar should be an NFT. And we're also expanding the creativity by bringing collection of characters and avatars like Snoop Dogg. There's a 10,000 3D Snoop Dogg avatar, each one as an NFT. So only one person in the world could be that very rare collectible Snoop Dogg in Gucci. And going even further, we can see we have 13 different collections that are supported. We want avatar creation to be available. We want them as an open metaverse. We want people to be able to play with their NFT, play with their avatars that come to life in Sandbox, even if they were not created or acquired in Sandbox. So super important. Like you can play with the Bored Ape, the Doggy, Snoop Dogg, Steve Aoki, Clonex, Gutter Gang, Cool Cat, Wonder Woman, etc., which bring a great mix of diversity of character and more inclusivity on that side. All the activities will be possible in the metaverse. We're really expanding towards, we started in gaming, but we can have like virtual shows, virtual concerts, art galleries, museum, architecture, education, work, events, dating, all of that will come as well progressively, and we'll leverage the possibilities of the metaverse through technology and through creativity to offer more immersive experiences. Just last week in Singapore, we had the first official wedding in the Sandbox, celebrating a new way of possibilities as well. And we want the metaverse really to turn into like creation of millions of jobs, new opportunities for everyone, whether they are creators, they can be fashion designers for the avatar, they can be architects, house designers, or game designers to create the experience and add the game. But we also think that jobs around like content discovery, like community managers who are hosting people in lands and making sure like everyone has very unique customized experience, tour guides or curators of NFTs or experience, like people who spend time to explore all the different lands, so you can pick You can showcase the one that they feel have the best content for you. Businesses like virtual real estate agent, NFT resellers, ticket resellers, since NFT can be gating access to content, collection manager, and also like event organizer, wedding organizers, or mental coach, etc. But the ultimate job is as well like just being a player, exploring, participating, engaging is possibly a revenue stream, since all the content all that you earn are actually NFTs and cryptocurrencies, which you can decide to keep, use, or sell, generating a revenue stream. The success of Sandbox will come from the success of its ecosystem. As a platform, we're empowering through our tool creators, but also now studios. We're proud to have more than 200 studios, so it keeps growing, all around the world, who've learned how to use the Sandbox tools and are building for the brands and for the landowners. We have more than 22,000 landowners already to date, which make us also the most decentralized and distributed metaverse to date. And those creators, we have 3 of them in Hong Kong, 7 in Korea, 5 in France, 10 in the US, and so on. So very global. And our goal as we grow and expand a region, such as the Dubaiverse, is to also have like local builders, local studio who will be leveraging the possibilities of the platform, hiring creators, hiring artists, and build for the local brands. Our 5 tips, as you are considering to enter the metaverse, are essentially to don't think the metaverse as an opportunity to extract revenue from users or generate transaction at the beginning. You should think like really, let's put creativity first. Let's provide immersion, experience. Let's give value to users who will be entering our land. How do we reward fans, loyal users? What can we create that is valuable to them as experience? Let's try to not copy the real world, but use the possibility of technology to create something that goes beyond laws of physics, beyond imagination. And let's reward people who are going to enter those lands, give them NFTs, offer them new experiences. Let's embrace the NFT culture, being open, that meaning like we will not only show our content, but also include NFTs from other content in the community, whether they are brand, artists, or other creators. And also let's encourage even more creativity by embracing user-generated content, allowing users to co-create our presence in the metaverse using our NFT to develop it all around and build their own stories, adventures, and more. We're supporting through our Game Maker Fund to have more and more creators onboarded, and we'll be looking forward receiving your pitch and project and ideas of what you would like to do in Sandbox, so feel free to reach out. And finally, I'm really looking forward to see you in the metaverse. It's really easy. There's nothing to do, just create an avatar and you can start entering right now. The best way to have an opinion is to try out. The Alpha Season 3 is live. There's already 22 major brands live and 70 experiences made by creators and the community that you can try to see the diversity of content and the possibilities it offers. That's it. Thank you very much. And I hope to see you again in Dubai on October 10th at GITEX. In the meantime, see you in the metaverse. Bye-bye.
السيدات والسادة، الرجاء التوجه إلى القاعة والبقاء في مقاعدكم. Ladies and gentlemen, please head back to the auditorium and remain seated. السيدات والسادة، نترككم مع كلمة رئيسية يقدمها السيد سانديب نايلوال، الشريك المؤسس لشركة Polygon. Ladies and gentlemen, now a keynote by Sandeep Nailwal, co-founder of Polygon, is about to start.
Hello everyone, Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Shout out to the team. I think this is a very good event put together. I saw a lot of nice panels, very influential and important speakers. So amazing event put together. So congrats to you all. I generally don't do these monologue type sessions. I do more like interactive sessions. But I had to do this keynote, so I thought of I made some notes for myself to touch upon few key topics. So let's start from the metaverse side. I want to share my perspective of metaverse. Today, when we think about metaverse, most of the people think about metaverse as this 3D world where you can have these avatars and you can play games and all that. But that's one part of it. For me, metaverse and these things like 3D, 2D worlds and all that, they used to exist before blockchains also. So what's new in this whole metaverse meme out there, right? So for me, my understanding and my belief is that this metaverse is this, these virtual worlds, 2D or 3D, with this concept of ownership. And what basically I say, the concept of ownership on blockchains is essentially property rights, which we used to have, which we have in the current society that we live in. But blockchains that just enable that ownership natively on internet. So these 2D and 3D worlds were already there, but now you added this ownership or this concepts of property rights natively on the internet, on these metaverses or these 3D worlds. And now that's why this metaverse meme suddenly broke off in the last 1 year, and it completely blew up, and now everybody is talking about metaverse. And when we talk about this ownership concept and this metaverse, as we all see that we are spending more and more of our times into these digital worlds. Again, I'm specifically mentioning 2D or 3D. I do not see metaverse as only these 3D worlds. And we are spending 60-70% of our time in these devices, in these applications and all that. And hence we need all of this to go really mainstream, right? And in order for this to go mainstream, you will need blockchains which can provide that scale. Or let me not even use the blockchain technical word. Like this concept of ownership, you need this at the global scale. And currently where we are in the blockchain industry, even though we have $1 trillion market cap and whatnot, but the blockchains that are available today, we are still able to support hardly 3 to 5 million daily active users, which is actually, some of the applications in the blockchain space, you will see they will have 15,000 users, daily active users, and their valuation would be $500 million. If this was a real world or a traditional world application, you won't even get a talk with the VC, right? With 10,000 users, you are not even pre-seed stage. But here you have a 500 million valuation and all that. So this is a very, very, very early stage, and blockchains do not have that scale to support users. And that's where Polygon is working for. So, what we believe is that for this ownership concept, or when I say ownership, essentially what we are seeing on these blockchains is this value being transacted. And what we believe is that the way that today's internet is this internet of information, Web3 is the internet of value, right? And that has a base blockchain, that home of that value which everybody trusts. It's highly decentralized, thousands of developers building on it, and that is Ethereum. And Polygon strongly believe in Ethereum as the layer 1 blockchain. And what we are building in and how we see the world evolving is that, or how these blockchains scaling is, that you will have this fundamental, this Ethereum layer, which is this highly secure, decentralized layer. And on top of this, you will have these microcosms or multiple blockchains on which the users will interact, right? We do not believe that there is a possibility, like, working on this blockchain space with the researchers for quite some time. We don't believe that, you can have one single layer 1 which can take all the transactions. You have seen so many layer 1s coming and going that we will have 50,000 transactions, 2 million transactions and all that. That's not possible. And that's why we believe in that multi-chain future on top of Ethereum. That's what we are building on. We believe that there will be few public blockchains which will be liquidity hubs, where you can trade your liquidity and things like that. But most of the applications will have their own, good scale applications will have their own dedicated blockchains. The way the world works today, where, let's say, if you are using Facebook is not running on Google servers, right? Facebook has its own servers and own computation, dedicated computation, and this goes for every small, big application that you use. And that's the future we are building, and we think that that's the only way to bring global level scale to blockchains, where you have few liquidity hubs and then you have distributed kind of, we call it supernets. You can think of these sub networks where apps are running. So, and today, Polygons, I think we already have around 30-40 app chains which are still just going live and all that. And the Polygon public blockchain today is one of the largest, most adopted blockchains in the world. Many of the time, in terms of the number of developers building on it, it is even bigger than, one could argue, than Ethereum blockchain itself, which is the settlement layer. And by daily active users and all that, it's always in the top 3 number of apps and things like that. We process 2 billion transactions, 170 million unique addresses are there and all that. So that till now it is going well, but to reach the 1 billion users, the goal is, as if there are people who follow the blockchain world, and I always keep talking about mass adoption of Web3, which will happen when we'll have 1 billion users in Web3. And that, needs a lot of scale. We are still not there. So, but then what we are also working on is that whatever scalability is available today, let's start giving mainstream the flavor of Web3. And that's why, you guys would have seen, I think many of you guys would use Instagram. Instagram now has NFT integrations, and Polygon is integrated. We have another, good things coming on that. And then you recently would have seen Starbucks. So Starbucks is relaunching their entire loyalty program, which is one of the most famous loyalty programs globally. That is also building with us. Reddit or Stripe or eBay recently again did something big on Polygon and all that. So what we are trying to do with that is, Robinhood, for example, yesterday or day before yesterday announced that they're going to do a full-blown DeFi wallet exclusively on Polygon. So we feel that all these things will give the mainstream some flavor of Web3, and it will slowly start getting added into the fabric of the mainstream Web3. And we keep seeing these things are happening. We speak to so many brands on daily basis, and I think there is a lot of interest everywhere on that front. Similarly, in the Web3 space also, at Polygon, we are doing a lot of things like the Metaverse, for example. Coming back to the main Metaverse topic, is almost all the big Metaverses, if you see today, Decentraland, Somnium Space, Sandbox, and many more, Mega Cryptopolis and all that, all of them are built on Polygon only. So we believe that this, this ecosystem is slowly becoming, that kind of home of these Web3 metaverses and the gaming kind of ecosystem. So, yeah, that's going well till now. But as I said, that scale and throughput is most important thing even now. Even though we have been hearing about it for last 3-4 years, so many layer 1, layer 2s have come up and gone. But I think we have still not achieved that status as an industry. And I think in next 3-4 years, 5 years, if we are still talking about, okay, this is the good blockchain, that is or I am on the stage in next 5 years, that means we have failed as an industry. Because in 5 years from now, apps should be the heroes who are building on Web3, where users are using. Right now, you guys use apps on Polygon. You don't use Polygon blockchain directly. It's a backend, right? So in 5 years from now, we need to reach a place where there are thousands and thousands of apps in the space, and we are so early. I can give you a statistics that on the mobile world, you have roughly, around 10,000 apps, and out of 10,000 apps, one app becomes successful. So, in blockchain, we have total around 50,000 applications. So you can imagine how early we are in terms of this app success. But I think I'm running out of time very fast. But I wanted to talk about for going this mainstream thing. I think we, as a crypto industry, we needed a home for crypto. And I think Dubai has emerged as that home. And that's why I wanted to thank, overall Dubai management, a lot of departments from Dubai who are working on this and making this easier for crypto companies like us. Since I only moved from, moved some time back here, I think around 200 companies, which I know of directly, because who reached out to me, whom should we contact, and all the 200 companies have moved to Dubai. So it's certainly becoming the crypto capital of the world. And I think with all this vibrant banking industry and all that, which can be supportive of crypto, I think Dubai is becoming the home of crypto. And I think that's really, really great. And to also go mainstream, I think we all need to see the sustainability impact of blockchains also. You all know, and I think again congratulations to everyone for Ethereum's merge, which recently happened, which reduced the carbon footprint of Ethereum blockchain by 99.9%. And I think this is a great step in terms of going mainstream. And Polygon also, as many of you guys might know, we have a carbon negative, not neutral, negative program where we actively support environmental things, even though our carbon footprint is extremely low, but still we are actually we want to go to the negative. And we, frequently interact with on-chain carbon credit companies. We buy those credits, burn them, and things like that. So we want, because this is a very important topic for the mainstream. So sustainability, a very important fact. And I think Dubai and UAE as a whole is also focusing on that. So I see that the Polygons and UAE's mission, and especially Dubai's mission at large, is very, very aligned. And I think that we are doing a lot of great work also at Polygon, as well as we kind of made Dubai sort of our main headquarters. I am here, one of my other co-founders also here. So a lot of innovation is also being driven from here. A lot of talent is moving. So I'm very excited about the future of Dubai. And once again, thank you so much to Dubai for being the home of crypto. Thanks a lot. I think I've run out of time. So thank you, everyone.
السيدات والسادة، الرجاء البقاء في مقاعدكم. والآن مع كلمة ختامية من سعادة عبد العزيز الجزيري، الرئيس التنفيذي للعمليات ونائب الرئيس التنفيذي في مؤسسة دبي للمستقبل. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. And now, with final remarks by His Excellency Abdulaziz Al Jaziri, Chief Operating Officer and Deputy CEO of Dubai Future Foundation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not going to take a lot of your time, but I just wanted to end the day thanking everyone that was part of this great assembly, great gathering, and I think great output to position Dubai as a place where the future is being designed. Just want to end the day with slight numbers, I think, to bring everything together. What we had in the past 2 days were 600 experts that joined in person from around 50 countries from the world. What we also did was engage 40,000 people from around the world on our Metaverse platform, on YouTube, on all of our media channels. We also had 30 fantastic speakers speaking from 40 countries from around the world, representing 40 organizations, and then really designing a clear roadmap for the Metaverse. We also engage with media, and media is extremely important to what we're doing here. So 300 media personnel from 50 media outlets were able to share our stories and what's happening here in Dubai globally. We had over 2 million impressions online the past 2 days, and I'm sure this will increase with time as more days come soon. In the end, what I wanted to say was we also were able to identify and launch 15 clear initiatives and strategies to really showcase to the world that the metaverse and the designing of this new industry, new technology is happening here in Dubai. And in the end, this is just one city bringing the world together. This city is bringing every single person from academia, from the private sector, from government, to really understand the value that we want to bring to the world today. And that city is Dubai. And I'm more than happy today to announce that next year, we're more than happy to welcome you all back to announce that October 3rd and 4th of 2023 will be the second iteration of the Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Thank you very much, everyone. We hope to see you next year. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، شكراً لحضوركم جلسات اليوم الثاني من ملتقى دبي للميتافيرس. ندعوكم لتناول الغداء وزيارة منطقة عرض تقنيات الميتافيرس، بالإضافة إلى ورش العمل التي تبدأ من الساعة 2 بعد الظهر حتى الساعة 6:30 مساءً في منطقة 2071 في بوليفارد أبراج الإمارات. نتمنى لكم يوماً طيباً وإلى اللقاء. Excellencies and honorable guests, thank you for attending the second day of the Dubai Metaverse Assembly. Please enjoy your lunch and don't forget to visit the Metaverse activations as well as the workshops that will be taking place from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. in Area 2071 Emirates Towers Boulevard. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Jacob, تعال. Close the lights, close the door.